Good evening, everyone. It's Saturday, April 26, 2025, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time here from Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse. You're joining me today, hopefully intentionally, for part 6, the finale of the Hunt a Killer game Curtain Call. This is the 4th day in a row we've been playing, and this is it. The end of our case is fast approaching, and it has been a pretty spectacular case. I've sort of come around lately to Hunt a Killer, although we have seen some of the things that have made me complain about Hunt a Killer games, but boy, has this been a good case. And remarkably, the tension has been kept at a steady pace for all 6 boxes so far. Amazingly, we're at the end here, and the mystery has narrowed. We're closing in on our killer and motive and theory of the case, but there's still some doubts, which is remarkable. It's taken us probably about 3 to 4 hours per box, so we've probably put in about 20 hours into this box. I'll be sad to see it go. I think there'll be lots to talk about when we finish, though. Let's check in with the chat first. It looks like I am live. Dorp says we have to find the gems and save the Goondocks. Okay. Most of our regulars are here. Derek is asking about future gameplay as normal. Moon Summit Mystery is also good, says Crystal. Well, we'll talk about how I've complained about Hunt a Killer, but this is sort of, this is an older case. This is a case from 2021. And my working theory about Hunt a Killer is that they were bad until they got good very recently with some recent games we've played. But now I can see they're a little bit uneven, but when they're good, they are very good. It's Jamie's birthday. Happy birthday. Derek, we will talk about what we're going to play next after this game. I have scheduled our normal Sunday play-by-mail session tomorrow at 1 p.m. Sunday at 1 p.m. we will start a new case of Dear Holmes. In front of me, I have our 5 boxes contents with their opening letters from Julia, our client, along with some of the items, all of the items we've gotten. We found a cufflink near the trunk with the dead body. We still don't know what this 1 colon means on this cufflink. I think now we believe it belonged to George, who I think most of us believe is going to turn out to be the killer. Then we got 2 sort of keepsakes from the Cadence Theater in 2021, not evidence, but some very cool metal items. Then we got a purse with the train ticket and schedule that we think belongs to Ruth Erickson, the wife of the producer, who we think is probably the killer. We have unraveled that Viola Vane, our victim, had a baby, disappeared for 4 months to have that baby. In the last letter, we got the answer to one of the most persistent questions we had, which is what happened to Viola Vane's baby? And I come up with some convoluted theory that Ruth Erickson adopted it because it was born at the time she would have been having her baby. I thought maybe she lost her baby and took Viola's baby, was given Viola's baby since Viola is pretending she wasn't pregnant. But that turned out not to be true. Turns out the baby has been in Connecticut the whole time being cared for by Hector Rowland, who's a good friend of Viola, rich, leading man, gay. So the Ericksons have diverged from Viola Vane. So we don't have a good motive for Ruth anymore. Ruth doesn't like Viola, thinks she's a immoral person, but probably just because she had a baby out of wedlock. Now, what happened in our last letter? In the last letter, in the current time, we know our client is almost about to lose her theater, but that at the same time, we've followed this thread that now is very clear to us that there is a lockbox hidden in the theater. It was Viola Vane and Ira Adler were managing it, something like that, or the stage manager also, Joseph Sampson. And in that lockbox in the theater is going to be millions of dollars worth of jewelry, gems, that Viola Vane owned, that she secreted away. So we're fairly confident that in this finale, not only are we going to find the murderer, but we're going to find the treasure, which is going to allow our client to buy the theater and have a happy ending. But we still aren't 100% sure who killed Viola. Now that we've got this treasure, we have to entertain the possibility that someone killed her to get the jewelry, although I don't think they did get it. So we've got the thread of finding the jewelry. We have to find out where it was hidden and figure out who killed Viola. We got some blueprints at our last session, which we have a picture of here, should we need to reference it. There's our blueprints of the theater, along with a message that says, secret message that says something about possible hiding places for the Sentinel, which is the lockbox. And it was last session where we discovered that Viola had her gems appraised. And the other thing is very early in the case, one of the online photos we saw was this. At the background of a photo of Ira Adler, we saw keys on his wall. And you can see these numbers correspond to the numbers of the rooms here. So we think that this last puzzle we're going to get, this last mystery, is going to connect the key found in Viola's body in her jacket pocket or something in the trunk is going to be the key to the room where the lockbox is. So that's how I think we're going to wrap up this case. We still have to figure out Viola's murderer. Now, the interesting thing about that is we've just ruled out Ira Adler, who was maybe our second in line suspect, but we still have two suspects left. It's either George Erickson, the producer, owner, or Evelyn Kittredge, the woman who sort of took over the life of Viola Vane and got with the man that Viola Vane liked. But Kittredge is the grandmother of our client, so it would be pretty terrible for it to turn out to be her. I don't think it is going to be turned out to be her. She was also Viola Vane's bestie. We also have Olga, the mother of Viola Vane. It was her cane that killed Viola, but Olga has been pushing so hard for this investigation to be reopened. When we look back on the missing persons, that it's almost inconceivable that it could be her. The most interesting suspect, of course, is George, the producer. But one of the really neat things here is it's not just like, I feel pretty good that it's George, but even if we're right that it's George, we don't have 100% grasp on his motive. We know he was sleeping around. We know he had a dancing girl on the side that he was very trying to get back. We know his wife divorced him. We also know he was in serious money trouble. And that's what motivated him to sell the theater. And we know that we think that he sort of depended on Viola Vane for ticket sales, or at least he believed. And we know Viola Vane seemed to want to leave the theater. So one possibility is that George killed her because they got into a fight about her saying, "I'm leaving the theater, I'm done." And George has already printed up these posters saying she's starring in the next show. And he may realize that if Viola Vane leaves, the theater is going to go under. I'll have to sell it. It won't get as much money. I won't be able to pay back the mob, etc. So he may be so furious at her that he strikes her and kills her, although that wouldn't get her in the show. So that doesn't help his finances, but maybe in anger that happened. Or he could be killing her hoping to get her jewelry, which he then discovers is not in the trunk anymore, but has been hidden. That's a second possible motive for him. Or a third possible motive is that he's infatuated with her. And we got some more. We had a couple clues to that early on about a hidden note about George being too hands-on. But then yesterday, we got this note here from George. And this was a fascinating note. He details how he owes money to the mob in Chicago, how he loves the theater, but he's resigned to possibly selling it. But he's also talking about how his wife is going to divorce him. He seems to be writing to a woman, and he's trying to write her this love letter, sort of. First he tries to write a poem to her. Then he talks about, "Could I convince you to come with me?" We don't know if he's writing to his dancing girl or if he's writing to Viola, possibly even Evelyn Kittredge. We don't think so, but like, has he killed her because he's in desperate straits and he loves her and he's infatuated with her? Although he's seen this dancing girl, but in real life, seeing a couple women does not keep these crazy men from becoming infatuated and killing the people. So, and then in the Discord, there was another interesting thing. Someone pointed out, maybe DJ Moneycut, that when he was writing this poem, there's an interesting phrase he uses. He says 120 days in Sodom. And what DJ Moneycut said is it possible that this line of the poem he was writing that he crossed out, he says, I would that a world that means to keep us apart would make us spend 120 days in Sodom. And DJ Moneycut said, hey, 120 days is 4 months, which is the amount of time that Viola went on rest out of town to have her baby. So we have another little mystery here. Is it possible that George is still the father of Viola's baby? We are assuming it's Ira Adler because that's who Viola is in love with. I think that's still the most likely case. But is George referring to the 4 months they were separated and that the theater lost some of its sales? Or is he referring to that? Or is he referring to somehow is he possibly the baby's father? It seems unlikely, but either way, it's possible that George is in love with Viola and killed her out of jealous anger. I mean, there's so many little possibilities here. So we're going to talk about the game. I probably shouldn't have spent that much time recapping because we're going to let's not talk about the quality of the game. We'll talk about that when we're done. But let's check in with the chat and everyone's theories before we open up our last box. Jamie says, I'll be the oddball and think it was Evelyn. Okay, that's great. It's always fun when we have differing opinions. We're going to get her ruled out. Today, that's the way this case works. Someone else is going to get ruled out, and we're going to get our 100% proof in today's session. So we will know. For such a small cast of characters, the relationships between them are insanely complicated. They're complicated, but they're fully believable. Hector asked Ira, did you tell E? It means Ira is the father, right? Not George. That's a very good point. In our last letter, Hector asked Ira, did you tell E? That was actually a very important message because it let us know that Evelyn had not been told yet about the baby. It does strongly suggest, well, it at least suggests that Viola told Ira that he was the father. You could imagine a world where the father is still George. But yes, you're right. Ira does believe he's the father. I have argued that Kettridge no longer has a motive to kill Viola. Like, Ira had a motive to kill Viola because Viola could say, I'm coming clean to everyone. I'm going to tell everyone I have a baby and you're the father. And Ira has fallen in love with Kettridge. So I could see Ira killing Viola to keep her from revealing the truth. But especially given that we see Kettridge has adopted this baby, Kettridge clearly isn't that upset about it. So I don't think Kettridge has a good motive. All right. Shall we get started and open up our 6th and final box? I will be sad to see this case end. All right, let's clean up our workspace here. We still haven't resolved the first piece of physical evidence we got in this case, the cufflink. It was found under the floorboards with the trunk, so it does seem like it is a real clue that George is our killer. We don't know what this 1 means. It's possible it got there by other means. It's possible this wasn't even the gift to George, but we think we have drawn some conclusions that this is George's cufflink that he got on the day of the 6th, which would mean he lost it while moving the trunk up. I'm inclined towards George, but I hope this final box adds a final twist. I don't need any more twists. I would be happy if we opened this box and it was empty and it said, here's the solution. I would be satisfied. Let me say that. All right, so does anyone want to get their final theories out before we read this last box? Because we're going to get the answers. I think everyone should get on the record now with your best theory. So I think it's George. I think he killed her out of, I might as well say, a combination. I'm going to say she told him she was leaving. I think she's told her mother she's leaving the night before. And I think she still showed up at rehearsal. But I think when George confronted her about her mother and everything, she said, I'm leaving. I'm done. I'm not participating in this new play. And he lost his mind. He said, I love you. I need you for the theater. We can run away together. She said, no. No, no, no. And he lost his mind out of jealous rage, but also in the back of his mind, he was thinking about he could get these gems. So I think he killed her, hoping to kill her out of jealous anger and for gems. All right, let's see. Derek thinks it's George. Marco thinks it's George. Crystallis says, I think it's George, not 100% why, but it is him. I'm guessing something about love or owning the theater. Anna says, unless Evelyn didn't know Ira had an affair with Viola until the last day of the dressing room when Viola revealed it. If I try to think of the psychology of Kettridge and Viola, I think they're like classic best friends. I think Kettridge has won her man. Ira has chosen her. They're going to live a happy life. Viola is unhappy. I think if Viola told Evelyn Kettridge, I have to confess something. I used to love Ira. We had an affair. I had a baby with him. I think Kettridge would be broken up, but there's no way she would kill Viola. That she would not be angry. She'd probably be more mad at Ira. But we've seen Ira's letter to Kettridge. He's proposed marriage, and he's admitted that he's faltered. In Ira's letter to Kettridge, he's admitted that some woman tried to pull him away. And he's chosen her. So I don't think Kettridge has a motive for murder. That letter was good, though, because we weren't sure whether he was trying to get back together with Viola. Anna points out something that I pointed out that was very true. Like, how can George sell the theater knowing that the body is up in the attic? That's a great point. That was the point I made. Like, if George is the killer, how would he sell the theater without getting rid of the body? But maybe we can solve that by saying George figures at this point, if they find the body, so what? What are they going to prove? I mean, he has to fear that they're going to discover it after he sells the theater. Surely he fears that. But maybe he figures, first of all, I have no choice. I'll be dead if I don't sell the theater. So he has to sell the theater. Otherwise, the mafia is going to knock him off. And you could see, if you murdered someone and put their body in a trunk 10 years ago and no one has found it, you'd have to weigh the possibility. Like, okay, do I try to get rid of the body before I sell it? Or do I sell it and hope that when they find the body, they can't prove I'm the killer? And I think you could make a very good case that getting rid of a body in Manhattan is not easy. So he may have just said, look, I'm going to get killed if I don't sell this theater. So I have to sell the theater. And if I try to get rid of this body, I'm going to get caught. The safest thing is to just Let them find it. It's been 10 years. It's decomposed. They'll never know I did it. Cufflink under the trunk is such a strong clue, it almost seems like a fake out. It almost solves the whole case in box 1. It's true, except that it's only box 4 and 5 where we get told who the cufflink belonged to. So, yes, it does seem to solve it once we know that it's George's cufflink. But you know what? We don't know that it's George's cufflink. No one has told us that that was the gift that Ruth is talking about leaving on his desk. We have jumped to that conclusion. And the famous mystery writer saying is, you don't have to mislead the players, just give them the facts and let the reader mislead themselves. And we may have jumped to the conclusion that this cufflink was the gift given to George. So we don't know that. All right, so somebody put the trunk in the attic. Well, we believe George did. It had to take 2 people to carry the trunk up to the attic. We don't know that. We know that they could have taken the service elevator, and we know the service elevator is right next to George's office. So he would only have to have dragged it a little bit or carried it a little bit. And we already think he might be lying about where he was after the rehearsal. I think he's lying because I don't think he was in his office checking his finances. So I think everything points to George. All right. Seems like everyone's on the record here with your votes, your motives. Everyone's on the record. You've got your motive and your killer. Do we have any explanation of why she was so dried out and rapidly mummified? We do. The police report explained it by saying she was killed in winter when it was super dry in the attic, and she had these layers of clothing that seemed to absorb the moisture. And the body did look kind of moldy. So I think we're just going to have to suspend belief enough to believe that that is consistent with the crime scene. All the evidence is that she's been in there the whole time. We also said the flower shop got burned down. The flower shop got burned down 10 years later, and there was some extra evidence in the drawer that was in the photo. I think we better make a note to ourselves to recheck the drawer photo, because there were little clues in there that I'm not sure we really fully understood. Including a flower receipt. We don't really understand what the mix-up of the flower receipt is, why George was recommending the flower shop, and then why the flower shop burned down. So that may be something we try to resolve. All right, but everyone's on the record. Let's open up box 6, the final box, and see how this case is going to end. All right, so we've got a rather thin final envelope and then an extra thing, which doesn't say not to open it, but I can only assume that maybe we shouldn't open it. Maybe inside here will tell us. All right, let's put this aside. Oh, another cufflink. This is going to be number 2. Oh, number 16. That's interesting. All right. Well, I can see, actually, that there's a check. All right, let's look at this for a second. So it's not just that there are 2 numbers, it's that there's a colon. So I can see that in 2 ways. First, one way is we could have a book code, line 1, word 16, or something like that. The other thing that might suggest, I think, what it's going to turn out. Does anyone want to guess what I really think this is going to turn out to be? Does anyone want to have a guess at the significance of this? DJ Moneycut says a time. No. Marco says, George finds the cufflinks on the desk by himself, wears them. Telegrams only to let us know about the gift. Bible verse. Yeah, that's what came to my mind. I think this is a clue that Ruth bought him a pair of cufflinks, which is a Bible verse, and George has put them on and then lost one of them while bringing the trunk up with the dead body. And we're going to hear that this one is found either in George's desk or something. But I think this is our additional clue that this was the gift from Ruth, because we weren't told that explicitly, that the gift from Ruth was cufflinks, only that Ruth got him a gift. But I think this is going to be a Bible verse, which is going to tell us that this is the gift from Ruth. And maybe where this one is found is going to give us even more confirmation that it was George, but I don't think we're going to need it. All right, that's very cool. First box, we got this one. Last box, we got this one. All right, now I'm going to put this aside. Let's read our intro letter here. Hi again. When I first reached out to you, I knew what I was asking wasn't easy. The police pretty much gave up right from the start, but you never did. I couldn't have figured out even a fraction as much as you if I'd been working on my own. Besides all the codes you've cracked and suspects you've eliminated, you've changed how I see this theater and my family. Not always for the better, admittedly, but I'd rather know the truth no matter how painful it is. I hate the thought. We might run out of time before you're able to find Viola's killer, but the board's waiting period is almost over. In a few weeks, I'll be out of a job. The cadence will be torn down, and our only chance of finding justice for Viola will be gone, too. If we're going to solve this case, it has to be now. I've been trying to think of ways to help you narrow our 3 remaining suspects down. I dug up plenty of information about Evelyn's life after Viola died because it's all right there in the family scrapbooks and theater records. But I realized if I really want to make myself useful, I have to extend my research beyond the Cadence's basement. So I've been looking into what our other 2 suspects were up to during that time as well. I found some details about Olga's later years that may be helpful. I also tracked down a few surviving members of the Erickson family on the off chance they might still have some of George's belongings. We'll see what comes of it. Maybe nothing. After all, not everyone hangs on to family keepsakes as tightly as we Adlers do. I've still got plenty to share with you from the Cadence's storage closets, though don't worry. Ironically, all the cleaning I've been doing in preparation for the theater's sale has turned up a lot of good evidence. Believe it or not, I even found the matching cufflink to the one I discovered up in the attic. It was at the bottom of a box of miscellaneous junk, so unfortunately I still don't have any idea who it belonged to. But maybe the engraving on the back will give you some clue. Speaking of accessories, I took a copy of that jewelry inventory I shared with you to an appraiser. The same family that assessed Viola's jewels in the 1930s is still in business. Would you believe it? Anyway, I asked them to give me their best guess as to how much Viola's jewelry might have appreciated in the past 80 years, and I was floored by the estimate. That news certainly fanned the flames of my little treasure hunt, let me tell you. I haven't had much luck yet on that front, but I'm not giving up. I had an idea, though, that I think might help narrow down where to look. Remember, there was a key listed among the effects on Viola's remains. What if she was planning to access her lockbox the night she was killed? I managed to sweet talk my friendly neighborhood forensic anthropologist into bending a few more rules for me. I had to call in a bunch of favors to get front row tickets to an extremely sold out show, but it was worth it because she sent me the key. It's been sterilized, I promise. Now that I have it, I'm pretty sure it's too big to fit in a lockbox, but it does look familiar. It doesn't match any of the keys we use in the Cadence now, but obviously we've changed the locks since the 30s, so who knows? I'm going to keep looking until the board drags me out of here. I won't leave the building before we've uncovered everything we can. I don't want our hard work to have been for nothing. We're so close now. So this is our last shot. Password still Porter, but the folder is Berlin. Send me a message when you know the name of the killer. And if you have any ideas about where I should look next for Viola's treasure, add the location you want me to search in the body of your message as well. All right, that's it then. We're going to identify the killer and locate the jewelry, just as we suspected. We need some letters before the numbers that indicate the book as well. Maybe the verse is about cheating, and that's how Ruth told George she knows. That's a pretty clever idea. That's a pretty clever idea. You don't think it's the verse about 120 days in Sodom, but that's very clever that the gift, if the gift to George is a Bible verse talking about adultery. All right, no indication of what the Gray Investigations envelope is. I mean, I assume this is the solution thing, but why wouldn't it say... Why wouldn't it say not to open it? All right, fascinating stuff. Identify the killer, identify where the jewelry is, and our whole theory about the keys. 120 Days in Sodom is Marquis de Sade. Okay, let's start going through our evidence here. First, we have what happened to Olga. Here's Olga Gaina, who stayed in Hell's Kitchen. And what's our date here? This is her rap sheet. So even before our case, she's been arrested for assault of her daughter. That's the old injuries. We know that she's an alcoholic drinker. She's been arrested a couple times, assaulting her daughter again. Then here is our... No, this is all still before our case. Drinking, vandalism. Oh, here. Okay, so vandalism here before our case. And now here she has showed up a couple months, well, 4 months after her daughter's disappearance. She's turned to drink and fighting. 1944. Well, it took her 11... Sorry, that's 44, not 4 months. So she's hasn't been arrested since her daughter disappeared until 10 years later. Then she starts to lose it. Drinking, vandalism, disturbing the peace. She was arrested again a couple years later. Rehabilitation, drunk. She's an alcoholic, public menace. And then, what does this say? Recorded November 10, 1952. assaulting an officer. Walks with the assistance of a cane, Romanian, disheveled. There's our first look at Olga. Anyway, point is, she's just had brushes with the law for her drinking over the years. Marco found a verse, 16:1. Jesus said to his followers, once there was a rich man, he hired a manager to take care of his business. Later, he learned his manager was cheating on him. Okay. All right. Olga's a very violent drunk. Hector said he saw her trying to get back in the theater, that she was drunk on the night of the murder. All right. Well, that's all true. She is a violent drunk. She gets drunk. She assaults people. No sign. I guess this doesn't really help us too much, but it just fills in what Julia said. She tried to find some of the history of the people involved. Let's see, what have we got here? Here's the new appraisal of what the jewels would be worth at this point. Let's see. Julia Adler has asked for the appraisal. At your request, I've researched the jewelry enumerated in the inventory you provided. I have estimated an appraisal for the current fair market value to the best of my ability. Covers all the loose jewelry and gems. Any matching sets have been valued together in a total sum $16 million. $16 million is what her Viola's jewelry is worth now. It was $167,000 at the time or so. Now it's $16 million. It is my opinion that, should this jewelry be recovered, it could be sold at auction for a moderately higher price than that. If Viola Vane's previous ownership were definitively established, that makes sense. If you can say this is the jewelry of the disappeared dead girl, that would be worth even more. My opinion is not an official part of this appraisal. Rest of this report outlines the general terms and conditions. Dina Germond, an ancestor of the person who originally assessed it. This is just the cover page. The assessment was full 37 pages long. All right, very cool. All right, what's this? It's a snippet from a newspaper. What are we looking at here? New York welcomed a new chief of police this week. Chief Bernard Browning ascended to the position on a platform of combating mob activity, cleaning up what he called public perception of the department's ineptitude, which many have blamed on recent cutbacks in funding. In his inauguration speech, Browning said the police have not been doing a good job, as we should be, but we are only one part in a larger machine of New York City, the greatest city in the world. I intend to make sure every single piece of that machine works as smoothly as possible, because when it does, it will improve the lives of all New Yorkers. So we know it's a New York newspaper. And we've got some small items here. Horse heist. An intoxicated man attempted to steal a horse-drawn carriage in Carnegie Hill, leaping into the carriage while its driver was securing a new fare. Fortunately, police apprehended the man when the horse, Lieutenant Durango, simply stopped in the middle of Madison Avenue to eat some grass. Waterfront worries. Fire crews protected the eastern docks from a flaming ship. The vessel's blaze raged so out of control that it had to be pushed out into the East River before it could damage anything else. Shipping vessel was considered derelict, and Harbor Patrol expects salvage efforts to resume in the morning. No one was harmed, but foul play has not been ruled out. A scuffle in the theater district resulted in one woman's arrest. Witnesses reported a woman shouting erratically while attempting to break into a theatrical establishment. The woman resisted arrest, striking officers who arrived on the scene, and sustained an injury to her leg in the course of the arrest. It sounds like it's saying that Olga was arrested the night of the rehearsal and couldn't have been our killer. I think it's going to turn out that this is from November 6th. How do we verify that? How do we verify that this happened on November 6th? It certainly sounds like our Olga, and that she was arrested on that night. Here's proposal problem. A woman had to be rescued from choking during a dinner at the Excelsior Hotel. A surprise proposal went awry when the fiancée-to-be accidentally choked on the ring hidden in her celebratory drink. Thankfully, there was a doctor present who managed to prevent the woman from coming to harm. Happily, she still said yes. All right, so we know what this is, right? Which also confirms this. So this is pretty cool. This is Ira and Evelyn. As I suspected originally, they did meet up at the Excelsior Hotel to have dinner together. There were lots of little clues about that. And this was the evening that Ira worked so hard to make work right. That's why he was on the phone for an hour. He was like, I need you to put the ring in there. And they're like, I'm not sure we can do it. And it spent an hour getting those plans in place. And that's what happened at their dinner. He actually proposed. She said yes, but she almost choked on it. The chat says, who would put a ring in the drink? That is a real thing that people do. That is a real thing that people do. Now, does anyone want to point out, does anyone see the other tiny little subtle callback in this entry? I think Anna spotted it. Someone spotted it when we were reading that restaurant entry, but I think there's a callback to it. Remember when we were reading the restaurant concierge, hotel concierge timeline, someone noticed that Louis and Louise were eating at that restaurant. The two people named Louis and Louise were eating at that restaurant. And we happen to know that Louis and Louise, coincidentally, are the live-in nurse and doctor, I think, who are taking care of Viola's baby. And they happen to be at the restaurant. And I think what we're hearing is that that was the doctor who managed to save Kittredge. So it's a little bit of poetic coincidence here that the doctor taking care of Viola's baby is going to be the same doctor that saved Kittredge. How's that for a little bit of poetic coincidence? All right, so not only does this give us a little bit of a filling in of what happened at that restaurant and explains why Ira was so focused on getting that reservation right, that he was on the phone for an hour. Now we know Kittredge was there, although she could have left later, don't forget. So it doesn't fully exonerate her, but it wraps up that little storyline. And it also tells us, yes, this is from that week. So yes, that's Olga. So Olga now has been there. In fact, why doesn't it show up here, I wonder? Don't you think she should be here? Maybe they didn't book her fully. Or maybe this is only Precinct 19's records. Either way. Maybe she went to the hospital. Doesn't matter. That's surely her. Does this give Ira and Evelyn an alibi? Well, we already alibied Ira by proving he was on the phone. It does not alibi Kittredge. I don't think. Because we know Ira gets to the theater gets to his dinner reservation at 6:30. Kittredge claims she left early, like 5:45, but since the dinner didn't happen until 6:15, since they were late for the dinner, I don't think it actually gives Evelyn an alibi. I mean, we know it doesn't give Kittredge an alibi because Ira didn't have a timeline alibi other than being on the phone. So Ira was at the theater when the murder was happening. He heard it, in fact. Kittredge claims she left for her dinner earlier, but no one can confirm they saw her at the restaurant. So the way the timeline unfolds is that Kittredge leaves to be on time at the restaurant and has to wait there for a half hour, but no one has confirmed that she was seen waiting. So she doesn't really have an alibi, but because she didn't know about the delay, it seems like she would have had to show up on time, but we can't confirm that. So Kittredge doesn't really have an alibi. She doesn't have a timeline alibi. All right, what have we got here? We've got a big, long 4-page letter. Ira and Evelyn. Thought I should run this chapter of my memoir by the two of you before sending it to my editor. If you don't want this information to be made public just yet, simply say the word and I'll strike it from the manuscript. Is this going to be Hector? Who is this? Okay, someone is sending their memoir. Is it George? Is it Hector? And they're asking Ira and Evelyn to agree. Let's read. Chapter 7. After a few chaotic weeks of handling a ghoulishly delighted press, placating my ex-fiance's furious mother. This is Roland, Hector Roland, the leading man. Okay, so he was handling the press, placating Viola's mother, and unsuccessfully attempting to reclaim our catering deposit. I had more or less managed to set aside the specter of my failed engagement to Viola and settle back into old routines. She and I would show up to the Cadence 5 days a week, perform duo, take some time to discuss what went well and what we could improve upon the next night, and go our separate ways. Once or twice, we made some time to grab dinner and drinks. It looked as though the remainder of duo was on track to run its course smoothly. That was until one fateful day in March when Viola pulled me aside less than 15 minutes before opening curtain and frantically whispered to me that she was in the family way. My initial response was a rather indelicate guffaw. I assumed she was telling an uncharacteristically cruel joke, but the look in her eyes told me otherwise in an instant. Of course, there was no possibility that the child was mine, per the terms of our initial arrangement, as well as my lack of inclination toward women, the occasion to create a child that had never arisen between the two of us, so to speak. There was only one man who could have fathered her unborn burden. I'd known about her dalliance with our director, Ira. Their affair was the reason Viola broke off our engagement, not to be with him, but rather because he broke things off with her to be with her understudy, Evelyn. Viola realized when that happened that our publicity stunt of an engagement would forever preclude her from forming the kind of relationships she truly wanted. I was certainly sympathetic to her plight. Evelyn, the poor dear, had no clue about any of this at the time. Viola and Ira had both kept their former romance a secret from her. Viola out of shame, and Ira out of an interest in avoiding conflict among the cast. I asked Viola that night if Ira knew about his child, and she told me that she had not yet told him. That night, I performed my role as Maximilian with my characteristically unshakable charisma and panache. The critics call that particular performance a light with the arrogant affability of an advanced actor. But on the inside, I was abuzz with anxiety. After the show, Viola and I went back to my apartment to have a long and serious talk about both of our futures. during which she nervously clutched a cup of herbal tea, and I drank 2 of my finer bottles of Cabernet. At first, I danced around asking the question of the hour. Did this mean we had to rekindle our engagement? Viola was adamant that about keeping the child, but being an unwed mother would almost certainly destroy her career. A marriage within the next month or so could provide a serviceable explanation for the child's existence, plus the papers would cat it up. But we were both past wanting our private lives to be the objects of public consumption, and as it turned out, Viola had already formed a plan. Viola revealed to me that prior to breaking off our engagement, she had devised a plan to run away and start a new life. She was tired of being controlled by others, her mother, George, and even Ira and myself to some extent. She'd never even been particularly interested in acting. It was just the path she'd always taken because other people were telling her to do so. Viola had been gradually draining her considerate bank account and converting the cash into material goods, jewelry to be specific, due to its portability and the possibility that it could increase in value over time. She'd been hiding them in a secure location within the Cadence, right under her mother's nose. The plan was to leave town after she fulfilled her contract with George. It's far less risky to go on the run if someone isn't trying to track you down for breach of contract, after all. I was, perhaps selfishly, happy to learn of her chosen time frame. Evelyn was a delight to work with, but there was something of a magical connection that awoke between Viola and I when we shared the stage, not to mention that if Viola were truly going to vanish into the ether, I wanted the chance to tread the boards with her one last time during You Can Leave It Right Here, the next show George was planning on putting up. The child presented a complication in that plan, but not one that couldn't be overcome. Viola was confident that the money she'd stored up would more than cover the both of them. Plus, she saw motherhood as an opportunity to do right by a child in all of the ways her mother had never done right by her, even if she had to do it alone. Perhaps especially if she had to do it alone. Viola Vane, as strong and capable as she was, had never once in her life been trusted to stand on her own 2 feet. Her life was all a never-ending succession of her mother and managers and directors and scene partners all propping her up. Raising this child would be, in her eyes, a chance to finally prove to herself she could be her own person. There was one way, however, that she needed me to provide some assistance at the time. If we faked an illness and kept her out of the public eye for a few months, she could still perform in You Can Leave It Right Here. Evelyn was more than capable of finishing out the strange duo for her, after all, and duo had already become successful in its own right, no longer needing Viola's image to sell it. All she needed was a place to stay and some hired help to watch her child once she returned to the stage. As a successful actor and heir to the Eastern Boundary Railroad fortune, I was more than capable of providing these things to her. It seemed to us like a winning situation all around. And that's how it came to be that less than a month after insisting to me she couldn't imagine starting a life together, Viola Vane moved into my estate in New Canaan. Her mother and the Ericksons had no knowledge of where she'd gone besides a rest cure facility. Olga and George were none too happy about that, but I managed to talk them down. The only remaining question was whether to inform the child's father. I insisted that Ira had to be told about his child at some point, and eventually Viola reluctantly agreed. We came to the compromise that she would be allowed to tell him in her own time, and she would leave it up to him to inform Evelyn. Without further ado, Our plan was put into motion. Viola packed up her things, ran Evelyn through the nuances of her role in duo, and notified George of her impending absence. I made contact with two very fine and discreet professionals, a physician who would make periodic house calls throughout the process, and a live-in nurse named Lucy. The former and I became quite close during that period, actually, and have remained close through the decades since. He's currently in the library organizing our scrapbook collection. We noted that the doctor was sort of sweet on Hector. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Back to Viola and her progeny. The pregnancy and birth went smoothly, save for a pervasive series of cravings Viola developed for roasted pork knuckle. Evelyn ended up delivering a phenomenal performance as my co-star in duo. Life had again settled into a comfortable routine. Once Viola returned to Manhattan, however, leaving her child in New Canaan under Lucy's watchful eye, things quickly soured. Frustrations had been forming under the surface for three key players. Evelyn was resentful of the fact that she was about to be replaced even after putting in such hard work and proving herself. She had gotten her moment in the spotlight, and she felt as though she were being shoved unceremoniously back into the wings. George was frustrated with the way Viola had put the financial success of his theater in jeopardy by disappearing as his star. He'd invested much of his dwindling capital in her, and she had been quick to leave at the height of the Cadence's success. Olga was furious that her daughter had defied her so blatantly and formed a new streak of independence. She would often lash out at Viola during those days, mostly verbally, but sometimes physically. Something had to give, and the first person to break was Olga. She attacked Viola so viciously that day during rehearsal in front of all of us. After helping cast Olga onto the street, I left without so much as checking on Viola. I regret my carelessness to this day because that was the last time I ever saw her. The next time I walked into my New Canaan home, it was with the full expectation of returning to life as a bachelor, that Viola had decided to put her plan into motion early. However, I entered to find Viola's child, Julian, in the parlor. Lucy had seen no sign of Viola herself. I couldn't believe that Viola would run off without her child, not after fighting so hard to keep him, and not after looking at him the way I'd seen her look at him. As much as I hated to think of the alternative, I had to assume something terrible had happened to her that night. Unfortunately, there was no time to look into that possibility. I had an infant to deal with first. I soon realized I couldn't possibly raise a child in the long term, even with hired help. I had plans to transfer my talents to Hollywood. Besides, the child belonged to his father, with his father. Thankfully, the father and his new bride-to-be ultimately decided to take on the responsibility. Right before I moved to Hollywood for my first big picture, I left the two of them with a holiday gift in the form of a cash deposit that would take care of the child and then some. They ended up using the and then some to fund their dream and buy the Cadence Theater, which remains in the family to this day. Meanwhile, I was making my mark on the West Coast. Thank you for checking with us. I don't think it's the right time, old friend. Agreed. We haven't even told Jay yet. So here's Ira and Kettridge saying, you can't put this in your memoir. We're not ready to tell the world and our son that he's really Viola's son. And now we know We wondered, like, how did they pay for the theater? Now we know it was Hector's money that they used to pay for the theater, and they've told him it can't be in his memoir. He asked them, is it okay to put it in? They said no. I mean, I don't want to talk about how good that letter is. We'll save that for the end when we talk about this case. There's only 3 more pieces of physical items in this folder before we get to the online items. So let's take a break before we read the next set. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. It's 12:17 a.m. We've only got 3 more physical documents to read. Let's get started here. It's a cab company. On the night of Viola's disappearance / murder, it's Evelyn. Okay. So Evelyn has called a cab to leave from the theater to go to her dinner reservation. The pickup is outside the theater. She's going to 200 Central Park South, which we can assume, we should confirm, but we believe is the Excelsior Hotel, where she is having dinner and getting proposed to. Now, we know what time she says she left the theater, and this is going to be her alibi if all goes well, or it'll prove that she left later than she said. So according to our notes, I believe we recorded that she said she left 5:45. Remember, she's trying to get to a dinner that she thinks maybe starts at 6. So what have we got here? They didn't record what time she got in the cab, but they record what time she arrived at the Excelsior Hotel. It's 1.5 miles by car. Are we going to get help determining how long it would have taken a cab? Or will we have to make a guess? Now, as a little bit of an aside, you know that this case is set in New York City, in Manhattan in particular. And that's where New York Noir is set, the game I've been working on for several years. And I've written a little document to go along with the game that talks about travel times by subway, by bus, by cab, walking. Now, how long would it take a cab to drive 1.5 miles? Not very long. It certainly wouldn't take 45 minutes. If she left at 5:45, okay, well, not 45 minutes. If she left at 5:45, let's say she got right into the cab at 5:45, then this would give her a what? A 23-minute cab ride, right? 15 plus 8, 23 minutes. If the cab was waiting for her right when she left the theater and she left at 5:45, 23 minutes. Now, it wouldn't take a cab 23 minutes to travel 1.4 miles unless the traffic was terrible, but at 6 p.m., probably not. On the other hand, who knows if she had to call a cab and wait for it? The real question, though, is if Viola was killed at 5:53, is there any scenario where Evelyn is still in the theater, hits her at 5:53, puts her body in the trunk, drags it to the elevator, brings it upstairs, and then leaves and gets in a cab that arrives at 6:08? There's just no way, right? There's no way. Like, even if this cab ride only takes 5 minutes, which that would be cutting it too close, that would only give her like 8 minutes to kill her, put her in the trunk, take the trunk up. It's just not possible. So I think you couldn't do it. You couldn't get to the restaurant by 6:08 and kill the person at 5:53, 5:57 or 5:53. Where is our timeline? Where is our time of death? Is it 5:53 or 5:57? $5.57. Okay, no way. Can't be done. No way. There's no way you kill someone at 5:57, put their body in a trunk, take the trunk upstairs to the attic, elevator, come back down, go out, get in a cab, and get to your restaurant at 6:08. That's it. That's it. She's alibied. She's clean. She's clear. Evelyn did not kill her. Evelyn is alibied thanks to this cab receipt. Unless she faked it, but clearly she didn't. We've got all the details. Look how nice she signs her name. Though I don't know, I don't know of any cab where you actually sign your name, but okay. Okay. Dorian is still holding out hope that it's Evelyn, unless she had help. All right, she could have killed her and someone else took the body up. Could she have? Let's think about it. Let's say she killed her and then ran right out to her cab. 5:57, she kills her. You know, one of the things that always with these games is they assume the clocks are all synchronized and kept properly. But all right, let's put that aside. Let's assume they are. She kills her at 5:57 and she hops in a cab at 5:58, let's say. She kills and she says, you take care of the body, I'm going for my cab. She goes right outside, she hops in a cab. 5:58. It takes 10 minutes to drive. Yeah, theoretically, I guess you could kill if you didn't even have to discuss it. If you're like dead, goodbye. I don't see how that happened. I don't see how that could possibly happen. But also the thing is, who do you think her partner is? Ira, we have locked in and confirmed, has been on the phone. So who's her accomplice? George? That's insanity. No. Evelyn is in the clear. All right, let's take a look. What's this? Little conversation in some code. All right, you didn't think we were going to get out of this box without code, did you? Okay, add Lydecker and DeWitt to, you can leave it right here, previews press list. Luncheon with Roderick on Tuesday. Ask Joe about the upper center stage spot in third act. Auditions for the new understudy. Hector's entrance in My Lovely Girl. Fix these hideout hats. His entrance is still early here, okay? Return Avery M's call, interview next week. Avery M's call, interview next week. Ask Lauren about key change for Hand in Hand. Review Nobody But You solo with Evelyn. Check on chorus costumes. What is taking so long? Changes to Gloria's finale choreographing. Wegner's new play is good. Maybe time for a change next season. Are these notes from George? Can we wait until later to discuss this further? You expect me to just continue rehearsing after what? These dots are what Evelyn and Viola used. We should probably match this with handwriting. Same black handwriting. Whoever's writing this is writing the black. I think this is Kittredge, right? Kittredge has this flurry-ish handwriting, and Kittredge likes to dot out certain letters. So what is she saying here? You expect me to just continue rehearsing after what? I know you're upset, darling, but don't get something. I guess this is probably Ira, the director, writing notes to himself, and Ira is talking to his fiancée, the girl he loves, Evelyn, and Evelyn has just found out about it. So he's told Evelyn about Viola's baby, and she's pretty upset. You expect me to continue rehearsing after what I'm dealing with? I don't know what she's actually writing, but after what you told me about, etc. I know you're upset, darling, but GN blank HT, that should be just one word that's possible. Let's not try to decipher this yet. Let's just get the gist of it. She says, for you, maybe. I never signed up to something. Would you rather something? Hector's doing a fine job so far. She's like, do you want to take care of the baby already? And she says, yeah, Hector's doing a fine job. Well, right now, something, I've got enough to worry about as is. He says something, and then she says something. Oh, she's writing backwards. That's the problem. That's not my fault. Okay, she's writing backwards. Let's see. So, what something told Hector? What you expect me to just continue rehearsing after what my told Hector? What's the M-E? What M-E? What something? Maybe that's a V. What Vi told Hector? What something told Hector? I know you're upset, darling, but thing, but do at thing right but it's the right thing to do. I know you're upset, darling, but it's the right thing to do. For you, maybe, I never signed up to maybe risk to raise someone else's baby. Would you rather something him on someone's doorstep? Would you rather drop him on someone's doorstep? Hector's been doing a fine job so far, and he says he's not something. He's not Hector's responsibility, the baby. Okay, well, he's not mine either. I've got enough to worry about as it is. He says, but he's all alone now that Viola's gone. That's not my fault, she says. He says, you have every right to be angry. Something told blank tonight from the start. I should have told you that the truth from the start, he says. I should have told you the truth from the start. She says, yeah, you should have. Are you really going to something us back in are you really going to back in because this is mistake. Are you really going to sounds like he's going to say, are you really going to call it all off because are you really going to, what is that? What is this? Is this an A-L-L? Is this part of this word? A-H blank L-L? seem like it would be a word. CH. Is it CH? Are you really going to take something back on something? I think that's child, CHILD. Okay, I like that, child. Okay, are you really going to, this might be something like back. Is this someone's child? Are you going to, I agree this is child. Okay, are you really going to, guess I'm having a little trouble reading the cursive here. We'll have the transcript if we need it, but we've managed to decode the rest of the letters, so it feels like we should be able to do this. This is clearly back. I'm not sure what these letters, cursive letters, are, though. In child, this could be child. In CH, should, or is this an S? Child, are you really going to something like reject? I'm going to take back helpless child. You think this is helpless? How could this be helpless? H-E-L-P. Then what is this letter? H-E-L-P sounds like helpless, but what is this then? This dot shouldn't be here then. Helpless child. On a helpless child. Are you really going to take it out, take it back, do something back on a helpless child? Turn your back, the group thinks. Turn your back on a helpless child. Perfect. Are you really going to turn your back on a helpless child because some dumb mistake? I think that's, this is mistake, and this is damn mistake, a damn mistake, something like that. It appears to be only the vowels that are being replaced. You are right. Okay, but I think this, well, then my theory of damn is wrong. Yes, it is wrong. It's the wrong order. Because, well, there's a question mark here suggesting it's not reversed. But anyway, I think it's a dumb mistake. I made a mistake because I made a mistake. Okay, good, Perry. All right, well, that was pretty fun. This is the kind of encoding and encryption type thing. I guess it's not proper to call it a code or encryption, but this is what I've argued is the way these things should be done, because then you're using some fun deduction. Okay, so Ira's notes, and now he's talking to Kittredge, who's pretty pissed off, and he's trying to reason with her, but the channel seems a little hard on her. Look at this. I hate her even more, says Jamie. I mean, you can't tell us, you guys, cut Kittredge a break here. She's just been told by her boyfriend, who she's just agreed to marry, oh yeah, right before we got together, or while we were flirting around, I slept with the other woman, who's your rival, your friend, who's this beautiful movie star, who was your best friend. I slept with her. I kept it a secret. I had a baby with her. She had the baby, and now we're going to take care of this baby, this other woman's baby. I'd be pretty pissed off, too. All right, last piece of physical evidence. Jamie says, I understand her being upset, but I hate she didn't tell the truth to her son when he was an adult. Oh, that's fair. Well, but yeah, it's not so easy to tell. All right, let's take a look. It looks like we're going to have a message from George here. I think this is George's mother's ring. If you find this letter confusing, remember mother's ring. All right, maybe it's not. Maybe this is, who is this? Talk to you later. MBYER. Is this our Viola? Using a different code? Let's do our normal thing. This was written on the day she disappeared. And this is probably Hector. I guess this is a different code. Maybe when she writes to Hector, she uses a different code. Hector, if you find this letter confusing, remember mother's ring. Okay, she's telling Hector how to decode it. And she's giving him a hint how to decode it. She once said, a wedding ring's true meaning was the sum of the year you've spent with your betrothed. Hearing her say that shifted my thinking about love. The sum of the year you've spent with your betrothed. All right, well, we don't really need to figure that out because we know this is Hector. So let's, I guess before we continue, let's see if we can't decode that with a Caesar shift. She's clearly giving us a hint that it's a Caesar cipher. The year spent with betrothed. I don't remember how many years they were married, but it doesn't matter because to decrypt, we think F turns to H, which is only 2 years, 2 years, you know. So let's see if that works for us. Here. Okay, F goes to H, I goes to K. That's not going to work. But Viola likes @bash. So has she @bashed and shifted? Is that what's happened? Let's see if we can make that work. F going to H. Okay, if we turn F to H, what have we got? F goes to H, I goes to E, X goes to, oh, it's not X, it's a K goes to C, a T goes to T, and a Y goes to O, and a V goes to R. There we go. It's @bash with a shift because that's what Viola does. Okay, and the shift is probably the number of years that the mother was married, etc. Yeah, nothing was written on the wedding ring that I can remember. Where did I put the wedding ring? I guess it's still in here somewhere. We could check it for fun, but it doesn't matter. We don't need it. All right, let's check it just for fun. Probably in this letter, he mentions how many years, but okay, let's check it just for fun. So I don't know if you can see. Probably a little hard to see, but there is no writing on this. But it's probably just rule about it. But here we go. We've got the code. So let's decode it together. I guess we're going to start here. All right, let's get our thing out. All right, Hector, she says, you find this letter confusing. Here, she's just telling him how to decode it. Remember mother's ring. She once said a wedding ring's true meaning was the sum of the year you've spent with your betrothed. So probably like they spent 1934 together. If you add up or 1933, whatever. You add up those digits, maybe you get the proper shift. Okay. I wish the past year of my life had been as happy as her first year with my late father. I guess maybe it's that year that you would add up the digits and get the shift. Doesn't matter. We don't need to figure that out. We can figure it out deductively, and we've got it. Okay, instead, it's been a nightmare. Today's events may have finally broken me. Oh, here we're going to hear about today's events. As if being attacked by, this is going to be mother, M-O-T-H-E-R. We don't even have to decrypt it, but if we look up A, we're going to get M, so I don't have to go any further. Being attacked by mother for failing to call her when I arrived at the theater weren't bad enough. I was castigated by blank just for not blank, blank, blank. Okay, let's do this. I think that's a J, right? Is that a J? Let's see if we write it out. J-R-I-B-O-Z would be D-V-E-L-Y-N. Okay, Evelyn, that's not a J, whatever. Evelyn. Okay, so she's talking about Evelyn confronted her. Castigated by Evelyn just now for not. So this is right before she's killed. Right before she's killed, we know Evelyn went into her dressing room and said, "You think you're the only one who has problems. We've all got problems. You're being selfish." Okay. For not, and then this is going to be like for not being responsible. She probably already knows about the baby. So let's see what we've got here. TIBBEZGFIN. This could be MDYST. Let's start decoding, assuming that I've got this right. Whatever error I have in cursive, hopefully will work itself out. So T goes to T, I goes to E, B goes to L. We're not telling, this is going to be her. F goes to H. This is going to be not telling her, and this is probably going to be about, right? A, this is a J, but we think there's going to be a B. Y goes to O. Okay, for not telling her about, and then we have next line A, O, K, whatever that letter is, F, E, B, J, F, E, B, J. So A, O is going to be M, Y, and then C, H, I, L, D. Telling her about my child, I think. Yes. Okay, so that confrontation in the dressing room, Evelyn Kettridge tells the police she was yelling at her for saying she's the only one with the problems. But what Viola is telling us now is that Kettridge came in to yell at her for not telling her about the child. And Jamie is pointing out that this is probably Viola's blood that gets on this letter. All right, let's keep going. She doesn't understand how hard it is to find the right words when anything you say will hurt someone you care about. For her sake, I hope she never has to find out. I thought I would stay to... Okay, let's translate this. H-E-Z CEUFYSTAO, which we know is my, KYZT, maybe VMKT. Okay, let's translate that. FINI ST. Maybe that's an H. I thought I would stay to finish. This is going to be like the OU. Finish out the. Oh, she's saying my plan was to finish out my contract. I thought I would stay to finish out my contract, but today's events have made it clear it's time for me to leave. I can't keep making excuses when... Boy, this is rough. Okay, I can't keep making excuses when AYTFIVFSVTUAI or watching TFI. Okay, AYT, is this our mother? Oh, yeah, when mother, and then HURTS, when mother hurts me. Okay, I can't keep making excuses when mother hurts me, or watching TFI is THE, or watching the next line. HMTFIV. I'm not sure that's an F, but HAOKFEEJ. This is gonna say make eyes at. I wonder if this is gonna be George. Yeah, this is gonna be George. Or AT. No, not George. I'm not sure I've got this word right. I goes to E. Oh, he's saying watching the father. Watching the father. YH is of my baby. BA. It's not baby. That's just our child. A goes to C. Watching the father of my child make eyes at one of my best friends. She can't keep staying around here while that happens. And then she says, I'll miss DSBEMY. Is this going to be... Well, it's not Hector. So what is it she's going to miss? JUL. Julian. I miss Julian so much it aches. She misses her baby so much it aches. I belong with him and I can't keep pretending he doesn't exist. And there's lots more blood on this. Okay, so she's writing to Hector. She's saying she's going to leave right now. Her mother's hitting her, attacking her. She can't stay and watch these two make kissy faces, the father of her baby, and she misses her baby so much it aches. Okay. Then she says for AYTFIVU. So we've got MO. This for mother's sake. What's happening here? What do you mean for mother's sake? Where is that continuing? Oh, I can't keep pretending he doesn't exist for mother's sake. I need you to help me, Hector. My next set of decryption DIQIBVO is, this has gotten shifted a bit. Okay. J E W L. I think she's saying jewelry. My jewelry. Then we've got HVYA F R O. My jewelry from the, what letter is that I'm not properly translating ever correctly? BEJEYG LIDOG. What have I translated this wrong? What is this? Translated a bunch of these letters wrong. It's clearly not a B. E goes to I. J goes to D. Then we've got another I. What is this letter? Is this not a Y? I'm messing up this letter and this were hiding. Okay, so let me stop for a second and figure out this is an H somehow. And this, no, it's not an H. It translates to an H. What translates to an H? Okay, this is an F. I got to remember that. This is an F. And then this translates to an N. So it makes this a Z. Okay, F and Z. Let's try to remember that for next time. Okay, she's saying, get my jewelry from hiding. And then she says, X, F, M, K, I, which is P, H, A, C, place. Okay, so this was a B from my hiding place. Okay, now she's continuing here. E, Z, and then some letter B, B, I. Easy is I, N, T. I think this is going to be an H. My hiding place in the, this is, well, this might be the room it's in or something. So we should write this out. B, E, W, S, Y, V, L, I, Q, U, O, R. My hiding place in the liquor In the liquor, cabinet. This is going to be cabinet. Okay, in the liquor cabinet. And then M something T, and then the M is A. Maybe it's just AT. At, in the liquor cabinet at the GVMKI changes to GRACE. I wonder if I've translated that right. Is this our J instead, which is D? I don't know what this word, can anyone decode what this cursive is? It looks like it should be simple. Is it GV at the grace? Let's continue decoding and see if it makes sense. ZYTI becomes NOTE. The grace note, the liquor cabinet, hiding place in the liquor cabinet at the grace note. Oh, is that a place? The grace note? Tomorrow night. Hector, I need you to help me. Did we decode this word? We must have decoded this. Kills me when I make these mistakes. Hiding place in the liquor cabinet. Okay, hold on. I can't do too many. I can't do all these things at the right same time. I need you to help me. And then where are my notes about decoding this top line? I know she says hiding place in the liquor cabinet, but have I skipped decoding or have I lost my notes? Oh, this is where I get frustrated. Okay. I need you to help me. Jewelry from the hiding place in the cabinet. Okay, I need you to help me. And then somehow I don't have this translated on my notes somewhere. KYBBIKD. Now I'm back up to this line. Is it BB? It's collect. I don't know how, somehow we skipped that. I need you to help me collect my jewelry from the hiding place in the liquor cabinet at the Grace note, unless I've wrongly translated Grace. I can't remember the name of the bar. We're assuming it's okay, whatever. Tomorrow night. Boy, hard to do all these things and not lose track of it all. Okay, more encrypted stuff. She says UGEXIJ TFI. This is our third one with this stretch. K M LEZIT apostrophe U CIO. And we'll have to go to a different line. I know this is hard to see. And that's not going to be a G, but we don't know what this cursive is, so I just do my best. Sigiped. You're the good old Sigiped. What word am I trying to transfer? This one. U, maybe it's not a G, maybe this is a Q, which is, okay, you swipe. I swiped the, I swiped the, not so easy to do this by yourself and keep track of everything while you're trying to write it down and make sure the camera can see it. I swiped the, okay, now we're down to here. C, Z, that's surely wrong. This is going to be cabinet. I swiped the cabinets. This is going to be key. Okay, I swiped the cabinet's key, and this is going to be from. Swipe the cabinet's key from, and this is going to be George. George's. Yes. And this is going to be what? YHHEK? YHHEKI is O office. I swiped the cabinet's key from George's office a few days ago. After that, I'll go to New Canaan and pick up, this is going to be Julian. Yes, Julian. So she needs Hector to get her collect her jewelry from the hiding place in the liquor cabinet at the Grace Note. She swiped the cabinet key for the liquor cabinet from George's office. Then she's going to go to New Canaan, pick up Julian. I'll contact you once I've set myself up somewhere. And then she says AYT, which is mother, will never FIND mother will never find mother will never find Oh, set myself up somewhere mother will never find. Okay. All right. It's coming together. We're almost done here. I'm nervous about what George is going to do. Nervous about what George is going to say. Shifted a bit. I'm nervous about what George is going to say when I tell him tonight, since I know he's worked hard to center the publicity of "you can leave it right here around me." But I think I can get him to understand. No, you're not going to be able to get him to understand. He's always had a bit of a sweet spot for me. All right. Talk to you later, Viola. All right. So a little bit of a confirmation that George was always sweet on her. So it's exactly what we hypothesized, that she's going to break the news to George. She's leaving. He's right about to confess he's totally in love with her. And I think that mixture of him saying, "I love you, come away with me," and her saying, "Not only am I not coming away with you, but I'm gone tomorrow. Today, I'm leaving." Your whole theater is going to go under, and he's like loses it. You skipped a big chunk of text saying, "Don't try to talk me out." Where did I skip that? Okay, you're right. I did. I skipped a whole bunch. All right, so we got to go back. Place where mother will never find me. Okay, so thank you for pointing out that I jumped a whole paragraph. Don't try to talk me out of this again, all right? We'll be fine. Now we have to do this all over again. Okay. D-I-G-I-B-N-O. D-I-B-N-O. B-Y, or that's easy. E-F-M-T. B-Y-K-C-L-Y-E, and then I've got other text still visible, making it harder for us. EU, and we've got more lines of encryption. All right, well, let's just do it. So we've got J, that's certainly going to be wrong. Maybe I should have just gone to the transcript so we don't keep having to go through this. This is probably a Q. This is jewelry again. Fuck me. The same cursive letters get me every time. The world was much worse. Whenever cursive was invented, that was a terrible step in the history of mankind. All right, the jewelry is EFMTPHAT. L-O. Jewelry is in that lockbox. The jewelry is in that lockbox. The jewelry in that lockbox is, okay, Q, Y, V, T, F, A, Y, V, I, A, Y, V, I, W, O, which is going to be worth. The jewelry in that lockbox is worth M, O, worth more. Jewelry in that lockbox is worth more. This is going to be surely then. So T H A N, okay, is worth more than E. I Z Y S G F B E N. Oh, it's worth more than enough to keep this is going to be me, to keep me M is A N D, me, and this is going to be Julian, me and Julian. What? Don't really need to know this word, but I guess for completeness, Y V T M L B I. I really should have just printed out the transcript and translated on top of this, because the worst part about this is we're not going to be able to reread this because of my bad notes. That was a poor decision. You'd think after 3 years that I would have known better. I should have translated this. This is comfortable. I should have translated this on top. I should have scanned this or used the transcript, printed it out, translate it. In fact, we could have done it all online, because now this is a very moving letter, but we're not going to be able to reread it. But we can remember the gist of it. Okay, so she's writing to Hector and she's saying, I have to leave right away. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to get the jewelry. She tells him where. It's in the liquor cabinet at the Grace Note. She stole the key from George's desk. Stole the key to the liquor cabinet from George's office. And she's leaving right away. She says the jewelry in the lockbox is more than enough to keep us comfortable. I'm going to tell George that I'm leaving. I'm worried that he's going to have a bad reaction because his whole future depends on me starring in that show. But he's kind of sweet for me, so I think he'll listen to reason. All right. So that about solves the case. We'll see about the key. I'm a little confused about the Grace Note. I mean, we do have photos of that bar in the liquor cabinet. It's part of the... Maybe that was a way to make the solution redundant, because let's see. So I guess what I'm thinking here is that that bar is attached. I mean, what's our theory? Surely the key is pointing to a room in here. So why is it? Why are we now saying it's in the liquor cabinet at the Grace Note? That's a little confusing. All right, let's put in our access for our online thing. Berlin is this now. So before we go into the new stuff for today, I wanted to find the not that one. Not that one. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the bar. Crooks Bar. Do I need to retranslate that Grace Note? All right, channel, help me out here, please. I thought so too. So why is it not here? That's what I was trying to see. Is the Grace Note the bar attached to the theater? That's what makes sense to me, but where is it then? Loading dock, freight elevator, office, dressing rooms, green rooms, storage, ladies' room, bar. Okay, there it is. Okay. And it's probably in the, yes, probably the photo of it that I was looking for was in on the website. So I wonder if this isn't just two redundant ways to get us to guess this correctly. Like now from this note decryption, I think we know where the lockbox is. So the weird thing is like we don't need the key now, but we think that we're going to get an image of the key. And now I'm thinking it's also going to point us to this room, which is XIV. So I believe we're going to find it's the key to 14, which is just going to turn out to be a redundant way to tell us where it is. Like if you failed the decryption, you'd get it from the key. That seems like the most likely situation. All right, let's take our break here for 8 minutes. We'll come back. We'll go to see the new digital documents we've gotten for this box, which is probably just going to be a photo of the key, something like that. We're almost ready to wrap this up. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Anna is defending cursive writing, which is my curse. I apologize for doing that so inefficiently. You'd think at this point I would be a little bit better at figuring out a better workflow for decrypting. I should have just swallowed my pride and used the transcribed version of the letter and printed it out, and then we could have written on top of it, and then we'd have the full decrypted letter. However, this does feel like we understand completely what's happening here. It's the final piece of the puzzle. It was fitting that we got it at the end of our documents because it's the last words of our victim, Viola, announcing her plan to leave right away. And she's right about to tell George, and she thinks it's going to go okay. She thinks George is going to accept her leaving. He'll be upset, but he's kind of sweet on her. So perhaps he'll understand and let her go. Little does she know, George is becoming unraveled. The pressure of owing his so much money to the mafia, them threatening to kill him if he doesn't come up with it, combined with being infatuated with Viola, we think, and depending on her to create revenue for the theater, it's all going to come unwound the moment she tells him, which we know happens moments after she pens this letter, which Hector never gets, so he never gets to recover the jewelry in the place that she has hidden it. So, our last step before solving this case is to see if there are any online documents for us sent to us from Julia, which we thought we were going to get the key, but we've also got this envelope, which is just totally unlabeled. Given the way Hunt the Killer normally works, I assume this is going to be the solution and that we shouldn't open it. But it's possible it's also the key that she sent to our shop, the place we work. So let's check the online sources. And we'll come back to our diagram here. So here's our last folder. So there's our transcripts and 2 notes. Let me just see what's in transcripts. The memoir, okay, we got that. The coded letter, we got that. And then the Evelyn's notes, we read that. So there's no key. We didn't figure out the Bible thing. I think we figured out all we needed to figure out of it. But let's take a look at what's in. I'll take a peek in here and see if it says solution or... Ugh, I can't tell. This is odd. Let me read this again. We're fairly certain that the key is going to be involved. Why do we not have key? Okay, so she says, I've got the key. Now that I have it, it's too big to fit in a lockbox, but it does look familiar. They changed the locks. I'm going to keep looking for it. Well, all right. Without trying to figure out this yet, we know we're allowed to look at these items. So let's look at these items. These 2 items that are digital only. Obituary. Ruth Fisher. Okay, so here's the wife of George. Ruth Mary Fisher, née Irving, 95, passed away at 7:13 p.m. on Tuesday, February 19th, 1991 at St. Anthony Nursing Home in Scout Run, Pennsylvania. She is survived by her husband, Paul Fisher, a local cranberry farmer and heir to Fisher's Bog, whom she met in 1935 after she and her daughter, Joan Chow, née Erickson, moved to Tannersville, Pennsylvania. Ruth and Paul were happily married in 1940 after a long engagement. When asked about the secret to their devoted marriage, Ruth was fond of citing a passage from the book of the Bible after which she was named. Don't urge me to leave you or to turn back from you. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Just more reference to Bible verse. After dedicating herself to raising her daughter, Ruth worked as an account manager for Fisher's Bog. She was also an active member of the local church, Our Lady of Mercy, and participated in countless outreach events and philanthropy efforts. She was known to be friendly, fiercely loyal to loved ones, and endlessly generous to strangers. Ruth is additionally survived by her daughter Joan, 57, and her son-in-law Michael Chow, and her 3 grandchildren. Funeral services will be held on Friday, February 22nd at 11 a.m. at Our Lady of Mercy in Tannersville. In lieu of flowers, donations may be made to the church. Okay, so that's the obituary. And now we have arrest records for who? Is it going to be George? Let's see. Date of arrest, November 6th. Oh, this is going to be the mother, Olga? No. It's a male. Brown eyes, brown hair, dressed in a suit and hat. He had a Colt police positive revolver. Suspect accosted as yet unknown John Doe at 1:45 p.m. in Crook's Bar. The heck is this? Oh, they killed George? No. I thought we found out George was alive and well. What is happening here? Reason for arrest. He has not said a word since arrest, dressed in a suit and hat, carrying a police positive revolver. Numerous bullet knife scars across torso, predominant knife scar near left cheek. So this is some mafia guy. They've arrested on November 6th for murder. Suspect accosted as yet unknown John Doe at 1:45 p.m. in Crook's Bar, fired upon him 5 times. John Doe was pronounced dead at the scene. Suspect surrendered to police. Suspected mob activity. Name John Bream. He had gambling chips, $158 in loose bills. Suspect was stopped at 2:10 p.m. for expired license plates. They found assorted gambling materials in his vehicle and on his person when they searched his automobile, and he has a stutter. So they've arrested 2 people. One didn't give his name, but suspected to be Michael Bertuccia, wanted fugitive. Okay, so the Bertuccia family was who George owed money to. Have they killed George? What's the year here? But we're not. George wasn't killed on November 6th, so what's happening here? Oh, maybe it's just a fugitive. Suspect accosted as yet unknown individual, fired upon him and killed someone. So this mafia person showed up on November 6th, killed someone, but not our guy. What, more arrest records? Oh my God, we've got a whole bunch of arrest records. What's going on? Why are there 5 pages of arrest records? It's a little inconvenient. I wish they had given this to us physically. So, what, have they arrested this whole gang? Also on November 6th at 3:43, they've arrested someone named Rudolph Fentz in the events of a routine traffic stop. 3:15, they performed a search of the automobile. This is kind of annoying to have to do this digitally. Items stolen from a pawn shop in Queens. It's sort of like, are they giving us random arrest records so that we have to figure out which ones are related to our case? Now they've arrested someone, Bob White. These are all the arrests on November 6th. Maybe that's how we're supposed to interpret this. We're just being given lots of different people who were arrested on November 6th. Most of them not related to our case. This first guy here, Bertucci, is the family that George owes money to. The rest of these people are probably just random people arrested on November 6th. All right, so random traffic stop. This one called to the residence of Reginald Baxter, slashing tires. That's not related to our case. John Titor accosted the police who claimed he was from the future, had vital information, knocking over an elderly woman, claiming the officers need to listen to him. So not related to our case, but maybe some funny element. Then we have another person, female. This is our Olga. Here's Olga's arrest record, I guess. Intoxicated outside a Times Square bar, 5:35. Suspect was leaning up against a fire hydrant, notably intoxicated. Suspect would not respond. She was apprehended and passed out in the back of a patrol car. Here's someone else who wouldn't give their name. Around 5:40, disturbance in Midtown, forced entry into a building. This is our Olga. Disheveled, hysterical, possibly intoxicated. Female at 6 p.m. Here she is. We've got her solid alibi. She's arrested trying to get in. So there's Olga's alibi right there. And then she was injured and has difficulty walking. Okay, then we got Johnny Baboon Cornero. Suspect was arrested. Physical altercation in Midtown around 6. He's the store owner, fled the scene once police arrived. Known ties to Bertuccia crime family. This is again our tie-in to the people who are after George. We know they didn't kill George, but maybe they were trying to get him, but they were all arrested, so that's why George doesn't get killed, because all the family after him get arrested. Now, what's this? Sylvester Cooper. Got a long story here. Coordinated with officers in 20th Precinct. At 11 p.m., burglar alarm at the American Museum of Natural History. Guards were found unconscious. Boy, it's annoying to try to read this digitally. Okay. Numerous museum guards were found unconscious, but otherwise unharmed. They were only able to report the presence of suspicious vehicle, a Chrysler Air something. The vehicle was spotted at the Empire State Building by officers aware of the situation. Men were seen carrying paintings from the vehicle and into the building. When they were confronted, the suspects both surrendered peacefully, arrested alongside Bentley Johnson, who's below. I have a feeling this is sort of some callback to something, but I don't know. Dressed in a tuxedo. Does someone know what this is referring to? Some little side story thing? Maybe we could have had this in a way that was easier to look at. No. All right. I could do without these digital documents that could have just been provided to us on paper. I would have been much happier, but all right. Well, we've got Olga's clear alibi here, not that we needed it. Now, the chat says, turn back on the air conditioner here. George didn't need the money anymore, didn't know that the mob had been arrested. There's an article about the incident at Crook's Bar and the online stuff. This quote from 116. All right, let's try to go back here. Okay, Zoe Pinder says, just joined your Patreon. I adore the channel, love these videos, absolutely love the Deadbolt Society ones. These last 3 videos have been a godsend. Your voice seems to calm my puppies down. Okay, that's very sweet. We don't have the key because she needs to use it. It may be a second response after we send who's guilty. Hunt to Killer is known for that at the end. Okay, that would make a lot of sense. Surely we're going to be asked for it. Anna says she sent the key. She said it was sterilized for us. No, she said she got the key. She didn't say she sent it to us. I'm hoping Jamie is right. She says she got the key. She sent me the key. So she has the key. I'm hoping Jamie is right. That we're going to tell her that it's in the liquor cabinet but it's not going to be there or something. It's going to have been moved. It's a little weird, but okay. Dorian says the passage is the one referenced by the key in that book. Ruth 1:16. I don't know what you mean by the referenced by the key in that book, but Ruth 1:16 is what she quoted. That makes sense. Ruth, the book of Ruth, her name is Ruth. 1:16 quote is, "Do not urge me to leave you." Do we have the actual quote? Okay, this is the quote 1:16 reference. The "do not urge me to leave you." All right, but I wouldn't mind seeing that quote. Or are you saying we already saw it here? I see. You're saying it is this quote here. The Bible verse after which she was named. So it doesn't say this is 1:16, but if you look up online, I guess you learn that this is verse 1:16. Don't urge me to leave you or to turn back from you. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. It's weird that she would give him that gift as she's filing for divorce. But okay. Continuing here. There's an article about the incident at Quick's Bar. Yeah, I remember that. I just don't know. The mafia family came for him, but were caught. That's why he didn't get arrested, I guess. Fence was mentioned on the financial sheet. Maybe these people coming after him were mentioned in the financial sheet. Did George give up the people he owed money to? That's an interesting idea. Dorp says, did not expect the time travel twist about this little side story. Someone can explain if there's something we're missing in the side story that my brain is too frazzled to spot. In the arrest records, there may be a little story being told about these time travel crazy person and these other jewelry heist arrests. But let's not worry about it now. Let's focus on our case. So now we have an issue to take care of. We know who did it. We know where Viola said she hid the jewelry at the Grace Note bar, which we understand if we go to the website. There is this mention about the Grace Note bar. The Grace Note bar serves alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. Please go away. As well as snacks beginning 30 minutes before the performance. So we know about the bar. In fact, somewhere on this page is a reference to the bar drinks. Is it on the history page? I'm not sure where it is. Somewhere we can get information about the bar. But okay, the Grace Note bar, that wasn't a mistranscription. That is the name of the bar. And we think that we've identified where it's located. We think it's located here. Okay, I can't draw on that. We think it's located there in room XIV, where we expected to have a puzzle that required us to... There's the key for XIV. So I'm a little confused about this key puzzle. DJ Moneycut thinks he knows what the time travel thing is. The time traveler is a reference to a series of online posts around 2000 by a guy named John Titor who claimed to be a time traveler. I see. Okay. So the one thing we don't get is whether this key thing is going to be a follow-up question asked about us. Like, for some reason, are they not going to find the jewelry lockbox in the liquor cabinet in the Grace bar? But so it feels like we're ready to answer this question that we've been asked. Who's the killer? Is George Erickson. Where is the lockbox? She asked us to tell her, who's the killer? Where should I look next for Viola's treasure? All right, so I think maybe it's not going to be in the liquor cabinet, but that's where we should tell her to look. The second question, though, is about this envelope. Like, it's very common for Hunt the Killer to have the solution in an envelope that you read after you finish. So I'm a little nervous about this, opening and reading this. But surely it would tell us not to open it if it was a solution. So I'm going to assume we're supposed to see this, but let me not ruin it for you if we're not supposed to see it. Okay. Easy enough. This is like an advert for a future case. So we will leave that for later. It has nothing to do with us, I don't think. All right, then. We are ready to send our email confirming our final killer and where to look for the jewelry, but it might not be there. Any final thoughts? Any disagreement? Should we have a formal vote? Let's have a formal vote. All right, so you got, really, it's just, we don't really need a vote here. I think we're all in agreement that it's George, right? Does anyone, well, I guess this will get you on the record. Does anyone not think it's George? Otherwise, just type vote George. YouTube says we have 15 concurrent viewers. I mean, it's clearly George. George, and it's in the liquor cabinet at the bar. I mean, really, there's no alternative here. We've got alibis for everyone now except for George. And the only information we can give is that it's in the liquor cabinet at the Grace Note bar. The only actually interesting thing to speculate about is how the key is going to come into play. Thorpe has guessed that it's the time-traveling assassin. All right, we don't really need to run this vote. Although it'll be interesting when we talk about this game. As a reminder, for those, if there's anyone here who hasn't joined us for playthroughs before, what we're going to do is we're going to finish this case, then we'll take a very short break, and then we're going to talk about the entire case. What we liked, our favorite moments. Hopefully, if you've been playing along with me, maybe you've got a notepad where you've written down some moments to remember. So it's interesting to see that this is one of these cases where we know what happened when we get to the end. All right, let's stop the vote here. Let's go give our answer. So we go to our website and we send our email. And we're supposed to give the full name of the killer. So we're going to say killer is, I mean, it gets confused sometimes when I type extra stuff, but I'm going to say the killer is George Erickson. And then we're going to say, look in the liquor cabinet in Grace note bar. Jewelry lockbox. Let's see if it gets confused by this. But basically our instructions are say who the killer is and say where to look. And I think if it needs any more clarity, it's the Sentinel jewelry lockbox. All right, let's see if it understands this. And we know Julia is right at the keyboard waiting for us. Are you absolutely sure that's who killed Viola? I don't think there's enough evidence to support that theory. It's just confused. Okay. I think. I don't want to read this. This feels like it's just the broken thing. Or I typed the name wrong. All right, so does it get confused if I do George Erickson? Have I spelled everything correct, right? And then Grace note bar, like I mean, I'm sure it's George. So is it just confused by the format? Did I spell George wrong? Did I add an extra K? Have we done anything wrong with the way that this is spelled that it's confused about? George. Erickson is spelled wrong. Okay, Erickson is spelled wrong. There's no C. They could have done a little bit better there. Like this is the second time when, you know, at least this one there was a spelling error. Okay, so let's try again. George Erickson is killer. And then I'm going to say jewelry in Sentinel lock box in your cabinet at Grace note bar. Okay, so I spelled Erickson, Ericson, a very common way to spell it. And Julia's like, no, you're wrong. It's not George Erickson. Try again. And we're like, all right, it's not George Erickson with a C. It's George Erickson with a K. And then she's going to be like, you got it. All right. No, I wish they could. It seems like they could have anticipated that, but let's see. Let's see. I'd like to write her some angry messages, but I understand she's a little bit traumatized. You did it. You figured it out. It wasn't George Erickson, but it was George Erickson. You did it. You figured it out. George Erickson killed Viola Vane. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Olga was in jail, and Evelyn wasn't in the building at the time of Viola's death. That leaves George. Viola wanted out, and he couldn't let her go. They must have argued, and he hit her with Olga's cane. He put her in the trunk and brought her up to the attic. The missing trunk made the police think she'd run away, so George got away with it. Even though George never faced justice, killing Viola still ruined the rest of his life. George's daughter finally got back to me, and according to her, he died broken alone, having spent most of the rest of his life obsessively rewriting the same film script for a movie that was never produced. He killed Viola because he'd rather destroy her than see her free and happy without him, but in the end he was destroyed by his desires too. Viola finally has the justice she deserves, and I know my grandparents weren't murderers. I couldn't understand why they'd want to devote their lives to a place that held such painful memories, but I think buying the Cadence was a way for them to honor Viola's memory. Everything I've devoted my life to, this theater, my family, is a testament to Viola Vane. Viola had one last legacy to leave me, too. I finally found the lockbox hidden under some paneling in the Grace note. There are enough precious jewels in there to buy out the board several times over. My only regret is that I can't thank Viola for saving us. I wish she'd lived to realize her dreams of starting a new life with her son. Things would have been so different for all of us if George hadn't taken that chance away from her. But if all those terrible things had to happen, then at least the Cadence is going to live on because of her and because of you. I don't know what I would have done without you. I can't thank you enough for all your help. If you ever made it out this way, if you ever make it out this way, there will always be a ticket waiting for you. I'll make sure you get the best seat in the house, Julia. Then we can read George's script or look at the jewels. What's going on with the key? All right, we can discuss that when we discuss the game. Let's first look at George's script. All right, so here's George, his sci-fi script. I must play Gregory. Only I know what he needs. Gregory staggers backward, dropping his walking stick to the ground. Ruby lies unmoving. Oh, his story is about how he killed Viola. Oh. Okay, so he has to play Gregory. Only I know what he needs. And then here we have the science fiction story that is retelling the death of Viola. Exhausted, Gregory staggers backward, dropping his walking stick to the ground. Ruby lies unmoving at his feet. Oh, Ruby, my dear, sweet Ruby, if only you'd let me help you sooner. Gregory looks down at his own hands. He's still holding Ruby's crushed communicator bracelet. As lightning flashes, Gregory lifts Ruby's lifeless body in his arms. The escape capsule opens with a hiss. Smoke rising from within. Gregory lowers Ruby into the escape capsule, pausing to caress her face tenderly. It didn't have to end this way. I was right there, willing and waiting to come to your aid, but you left me no choice, my love. Gregory closes the lid of the escape capsule, which begins to shake. It lifts from the ground and rises straight up into the air. Gregory watches it go. I may live out the rest of my days in this dimension without you, but at least I'll know that you're beyond harm now. How long has it been, my bright? The escape capsule continues to rise into the sky, and an angelic choir is heard. Fade to white. All right, that's pretty cool. Let's see what else we got here. Jewels. So there's all the jewels worth millions. All right. So that's it. That's the end of our story. That's the end of our last contact with Julia. If we want, we can take a look at this just to wrap it up. So look what it is, and you'll see. Community together, honor one we have lost to the sea. Beth Ferris Hendricks joined us for a Friday at dusk candlelight vigil at Mallory Rock. And you can see, investigator, once you've closed your current case, I've got another one for you. I'm having the client reach out to you directly. She lost her sister, doesn't believe her hometown officials investigated properly. From what I've seen, I agree with her. So this is an invitation, an advert for playing the Hunt the Killer series, Mallory Rock. All right, so Jamie says, I'm kind of surprised Julia didn't say anything about Viola being her grandmother. That is odd. What happened with the flower shop? We don't know. All right, let's talk for a minute. Let's take our breath. We're going to talk about the experience of the game, what our thoughts are, highlights, low points, constructive criticism, where we feel this game fits in. This is the end of the case. There's no more play elements of this case, no more epilogue. That was our epilogue. However, there is a very rich hint recap page for this game at Hunt a Killer, which goes into details about everything. And it may be that there's some things we missed that we may want to be able to look at on that page. And then I think we have to discuss this key issue. Feels like something went wrong there, but let's take our break early and then we'll come back. There's lots to talk about. I guess maybe actually before we take a break, we should hold your thoughts about the game. Let's go and take a look at the recap, hint pages, etc. before we take a break and talk about our thoughts. So let's just take a look at how in-depth the hint reveal pages are. This is for episode 1, box 1. Look at what's here. Hints for all of the documents. If you weren't sure about the forensic report, you could click this and you get a little hint. Reveal. Here, let me go here. So we've already done all this. This was box 1, but look at all this extra hints and help you could get for box 1. Tells you how to decipher everything. Okay. And then when you're ready to play box 2, you could read the recap. Now look how serious this is. So remember that originally they would send you this once a month. So you'd get one box and you'd have it for a month before you played the next box. So here's where you could read a recap if you've forgotten. Look at this whole detailed recap of what happens so far. A summary of the entire story, your client, what's been found, what the objective is, what the solution to the first letter was, and then how you could deduce it. Forensic report contains several key facts. First, she died of blunt force trauma, defensive wounds to the wrist at the time of death. The clock stopped at 5:57. The ruby found lodged in the wound. All the details of things you could have spotted in box 1. How impressive is that? Now, we're not going to look at all the boxes, but look, and then general concept, season-specific guidelines, dedicate space, hold on to everything, complete an episode, tips and tricks. What's this? Each episode ends with your action to piece together another aspect. In Curtain Call, this isn't just about finding evidence. You'll be called upon to uncover all aspects of the case. If you send her an incorrect answer, don't worry. She'll tell you some suggestions. If you're having trouble reading the handwriting, there's transcripts and hints, and then the recaps. So let's skip right ahead to episode 6. Okay, we need a password for this. We're given that on this card, which looks like it's CUTH 206. It's never that simple, is it? CUTH 206. Come on, guys. It's just never simple. It's always some 5 tries to get it to work. This is episode 6. This is the hints. I just don't know why this stuff never just works. This is for the virtual desktop, and this is what we want. 1206. Is it me? Is that why these things never go smoothly? Because I am so prone to errors? All right, so here are all the things you can get help with in just episode 6. So let's just look at cufflink hint 1. Pair this cufflink with the cufflink from episode 1. Pay attention to the back for a clue. With the cufflink from episode 1, the inscription reads 116. Compare this with the obituary. The inscription on the cufflinks is a reference to the Bible verse mentioned in the obituary. Ruth 116 can be concluded these cufflinks were the gift she left for her husband that she mentions. And then the arrest records. The records can be compared to the rap sheet in the newspaper to conclude that it was Olga Gaina who got arrested. Because she was arrested at 5:40, she could not have killed. So this is just all stuff we figured out, nothing that we missed. Bloodstained notes, newspaper clipping. Let's see if there's any mention of the key. This is a conversation between Ira and Evelyn. Oh, that was that. Can't we wait to discuss this further? So here's the full decrypted message. And bloodstained letter just has hints, doesn't have a solution. Because of the handwriting, Mother, we know this is Viola's letter. It's her shift at Bash. And here is how the decryption works. Swipe the cabinet's key from George's office. Maybe the... Swipe the key from George's office. And here's the recap. Let's see what happens. Is this the recap you're supposed to read before each episode? Let's read this. It's like a little bit of a bonus epilogue. George himself was at the end of his rope, drowning in debt, cracking under the stress of his failing marriage. All his hopes for the success of his next show was on Viola's shoulder. When Viola told him of her plans to leave, he snapped. He grabbed Olga's cane, which Evelyn had left in Viola's dressing room, bludgeoned her to death. He then cleaned the room, hid her corpse in her own trunk, hid the trunk in the theater's attic. In cleaning up her dressing room, he hid some of her belongings in the false bottom of his desk drawer. But because he didn't know they existed, Viola's jewels remained hidden and uncollected. So he didn't know about her jewels. During the time of the murder, Evelyn was arriving at the Excelsior Hotel while Olga was in jail. After the murder, Ira came clean, admitted to Evelyn that he had fathered Viola's child. In the months that followed, Ira and Evelyn got married, adopted Viola's son, Julian. Hector gave the pair a considerable sum of cash to raise Julian, and that also allowed them to purchase the theater. That means that not only has Julia been Viola Vane's granddaughter the entire time, but she's entitled to the fortune Viola hid in the Cadence as Viola's sole heir. Now Julia will be able to find her grandmother's hidden jewelry and save the Cadence Theater from being sold. Years after his loss of the Cadence, George writes a thinly veiled confession to Viola's murder in the form of a screenplay. In the finale, you can definitively prove one suspect's guilt. Olga and Evelyn are innocent. Evelyn claims to have arrived at dinner engagement a few minutes after 6. So look at the taxi receipt. She couldn't have done that. That's her. Okay, and then Olga was arrested. George has no provable alibi, a motive, and several pieces of evidence against him. The last thing Viola mentions is her intention to tell George she's leaving. We know from previous episodes that George was an overbearing presence in a desperate financial position who had placed all of his hopes for future success on Viola's shoulders. We also know from the divorce papers, George had a tendency to carry out affairs with younger performers. The desk drawer, photo, and accessory also show that George had amassed a collection of Viola's personal items in the secret compartment. That's interesting. I made a note that we should go look at those things in the desk again. And this was one of them, this glove. And it's whether we noticed it or not, the narrative thing makes sense here. Like, George is obsessed with her. He's stealing some of her items and keeping them secretly. Most damning for George, however, are the cufflinks. One cufflink under the trunk, and then the other cufflink was found, and we know what they mean now. They had to have belonged to the killer. Stands to reason George killed Viola after flying into a possessive rage when Viola told him that she wanted to break her contract. Once you send Julia this answer, you should receive a thinly veiled confession from George in the form of the screenplay. Julia is still looking at Viola's jewels. Looking for Viola's jewels, which are hidden in the cadence. The bloodstained letter confirms the jewels' hiding place is in the grace note, the bar. Now that Julia knows the identity of her grandmother's killer, she can put the dark past of the Cadence Theater to rest. Okay. So, there you have it. We've seen everything now. Let us take our full 8-minute break and come back and discuss the case. If you've stuck with this whole playthrough, 25 hours or so, I hope you'll stick with me for the discussion of the game. I want to hear what you thought, your favorite part, all that stuff. We'll discuss it in 8 minutes. All right, we're back to give our final thoughts on Curtain Call from Hunt a Killer. Let's review the basic facts first. This was a game produced in 2021, released as a 6-box season. I assume that means that subscribers to Hunt a Killer would have originally gotten this 1 box at a time, 1 per month, or 1 every 2 months, spread out over a year, something like that. It's now available as a box set. I purchased it new. It would normally have been for sale as a box set for something like $300, but during reprint sales as low as $90 or $100. I believe that's what I purchased it for, although it is now currently out of stock. I suspect this will be back for sale at some point because of how good it is. It is not one of the games that Hunt a Killer has announced they're going to discontinue. You could pick it up used now. You can see nothing was really damaged when we played, but I would be sort of surprised if this didn't get back in stock at Hunt a Killer. We have now played it over the last 4 days, about 4 or 5 hours per session. Probably took us 20-25 hours in total, though we really took our time and spent 2 hours recapping something for a second. One of our series, we took 2 hours to recap. All right, I want to hear your thoughts, but first let me give some general thoughts here. I do think in its totality, this is probably one of the best, if not the best, long-form cold case game that we have played in the 4 years of this channel. The overarching story here is what is really the star. But we've seen good stories told before. But I think as an entire package here, the combination of this proper cold case, it's a case from 1934 that has reemerged in 2021, the storytelling here, the authenticity of the writing, the authenticity of the characters, of the setting, the flavor, the thematics, the care that went into setting the stage here, unintended, of this performance, of this setting, and the extra effort that went into creating. We saw pages of rehearsal, pages of script lines that had been marked up and notes written on the margins of them. I mean, just as a set of documents, it was so well done, so convincing, that it felt like this was a real cold case, that we were really looking at letters from the past and a story and set of characters that were all so well fleshed out and interesting. So even aside from the story, just the way the characters were developed, the way everything felt real, the way it felt so lovingly created, and the characters so fleshed out. I mean, it is absolutely important in these games that you care about the victim. You feel like you're bringing justice to the victim. But here we had that like in waves. Like we had our victim that we cared about. We saw her real life, her real struggles. But then we also saw Ira Adler and Evelyn Kittredge, which the group here had mixed feelings about, but they felt like very real, fleshed out people. The mother was like a villain, but then we got a letter from her caring about her daughter and trying to save her from a hard life that was really gave her some life. The wife of the producer had her own life that we got a glimpse into. And then this whole thing with Hector Roland, the leading man, who was Viola's friend, and as we read these letters between them, his whole life gets fleshed out. We get to see his memoir in the end. And all the little details about noticing the doctor who was to care for the babies and his detailed report about the baby's birth and care. And we could sort of detect all these little details about, we could see the doctor kind of fancied him, and then the discussion between him and Viola about whether they should get married and living their true lives. I mean, it was just, boy, this was an adult, like, pathos, human psychology, morality, it's all here. And then told so well. I'm just sort of at a loss for words about how well this is done. I think if you look at it, you could make a good case that this is the best long-form cold case game that we have played on this channel. We can talk a little bit about some of the things that might have been missing that one might hope for, but certainly in terms of production quality, the long police reports, the divorce papers, like, there was so much here. There's a certain feeling you get when you play a really good game. If you have hopes of designing your own games, as I do, and I've been working on one, as you know, there's a certain point when something is good enough that you start to have a bad feeling in your stomach. Like, am I cut out for this? Like, the amount of work and care and effort and insight that went into producing this. This is like, this was obviously a team effort. But it almost makes you feel like, oh, okay, I should not be trying to do this stuff. I don't have the stamina to produce a game like this. So that's how good it was. The props, I normally don't like props. I've criticized Hunt to Killer quite a lot about their wasting money on props when I'd rather them produce documents. But here we got it all. We got hugely generous, detailed, intricate documents, handwriting on everything, lots of story, lots of stuff done just for flavor. But we also got these awesome documents. We got these cufflinks, one at the very beginning of the case, one at the very end. I really feel like there's some real poetic stuff being done here. Like, we're really in the hands of a storyteller. And then this cigarette case, it's just over the top, but it's also cool in ways that much of the Hunt to Killer props aren't. I think there's also something to be said for the storytelling, what's the word for it? The vehicle. Sometimes you're in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing. The way this case jumped around, we got the look back into 1930s when this murder happened, and a little bit before it, right? Strange Duo happened a year before our murder. Then we got letters, and then we jumped back and forth in time. We saw the memoir, which happened somewhere in between. And then we have the clever current day case, right? It's very common that we get like, oh, you're a detective, investigate this cold case. And the better cold cases give us someone in the current time to care about. In this case, it was Julia Adler, the owner of the theater, asking for our help. But then this turned up that dial a little bit by telling us that Julia Adler was in danger of losing this theater. So in addition to investigating this cold case, we had this clock ticking by about our current client running out of time and in jeopardy of having her own little drama that we cared about. And you could imagine if you subscribed to this and got $1 per month, the premise is that the clock is ticking as the months go by. Julia is going to lose her theater, and we're going to lose access to all these documents. Very clever setup here. I don't know how I could recommend this more highly. Now, Marco says, do we know the author of this case? I would like to know that too. This is clearly a team effort. You could not do all this work by yourself. But I would like to know who the authors are of this case, and they deserve some real credit. All right, let me check in with the chat a little, then we'll talk about a couple more things here, but let's read some thoughts. Anna says, wow, I really like this one. Anna picked this case for us to play, and it was recommended to us by other people on the Discord who had played it, this Spamonite, whatever. We were told there's a good story here, but I don't think anyone prepared us for how good it was and how good the case was. We were told it's easy. I want to come back to that with some advice, but we'll return to that. I really like this one. The real puzzle here was the story. That was brilliant. It had great moments. We kept guessing the details, the characters, hinting, foreshadowing were well done. Marcos says, very good story, very good writing, production. Deduction skills are needed to understand the facts, and all the conclusions are logical and believable. They spare some money for not printing some online stuff only, which would have been more useful to have in physical form. My criticism is too many codes, but otherwise very good. All in all, it was medium difficulty. The writer simulated the difficulty by cleverly diluting the information through the boxes. Coding was not particularly troublesome or frustrating compared to other games. I still don't think that the use of ciphers adds anything except the time lost in decoding. In this particular case, some of them are not out of place, but their extensive use, I think, only serves to prolong the duration of the game. They give up one of the props rather than trying to save money with the online-only stuff. I'd be curious to know behind the scenes of Hunt to Killer Productions. I can't believe these are the same people who did the terrible Class of '98. Interestingly, some sites indicate Curtain Call was one of their earliest boxes, which means it might have been something rolling around in their head for a while, longer than the others. Interesting. I couldn't find the authors listed anywhere, and Hunt to Killer is a relatively large team. The shorter games by Hunt to Killer are fun for quick game night, but these longer games are so involved in stories. I've seen a few others that are retired, like Royal Street, which has a nice in-depth story. Let's circle back for a minute about the key and the blueprints. It absolutely feels to me like something changed at the last minute that was left out here. At first, after we played, I thought, okay, maybe that picture of the keys was meant to be a red herring, but I don't think that makes sense. It's clear the blueprints with the numbered rooms and the very subtly hidden picture of the keys, that was an opportunity for a great puzzle, mystery, clue, and I feel like that's what it was intended for. But instead, the location of the jewelry was just given to us explicitly in the encrypted message. Liquor cabinet at the Grace Note bar. Whereas it's not just that the picture of the keys was hidden cleverly on the thing, and the blueprint cleverly hid the numbered rooms, but then the letter itself says, hey, the last letter said, hey, I got this key, and I got it sent to me, and we're going to look at it. And then it just disappeared. So clearly something went wrong there. Dorian says, the key was supposed to be a physical item. It's listed on multiple locations. Someone posted a message in the Current Game with Spoilers channel on Discord about it. Yeah, so that's a little bit of a shame, because I think we would have cleverly, we were ready to figure that out. And that would have been maybe the most difficult, subtle, hinted little puzzle here. It's really a shame that got missed. And they didn't even have to include that physical key with us. They could have just had a digital picture of the key. So I don't really understand why they didn't do that. It's very strange to me that they didn't do that. All they would have had to do is add a picture in the digital contents of the key. Then we could have looked at our image, figured out which room that was the key for, and then gotten our blueprint and found the room. So that would have been a very satisfying puzzle. It's very confusing why they dropped that, especially I could see if they originally intended to send you the key. That would have been even better. But even if they decided, okay, we can't afford to send the key, that's the good part about having these digital items. I would love to hear if the Hunt-A-Killer people who wrote this case watch this video at some point in the future, or someone in the know can let us know the backstory about what happened there, and any more backstory about this case. It's very odd to me when we get a game this well done, where so much care went into this. I mean, this had to be a game that took them a year to make and write and plan. It's really strange that we don't have an essay written by the writers of this case telling us about how they wrote this case and the history of it and what changed and what got developed. Okay, more comments from the chat. I normally don't care about props, but like this one, like this cigarette case that springs open, this poster. These are the poster things are the kinds of things that I have advocated that games do more of, because I don't need this. Like, this is not I don't have a closet to put this baby thing up. But you could see framing this, putting this somewhere. Look at the effort they went into. This is the performance she was supposed to be in, and then little integrate it. So this is what I like to see. Like, it's a thematic memorabilia to remember the case by, but it's also integrated into the game. It's not just for no reason. But what I love is some of the care that went into the game, where we're like reading the lines that they were rehearsing. Like, look at this. Look at how amazing this is. This case is about these performers at a theater, and we're told about two plays they put on, Strange Duo and You Can Leave It Right Here, which they were rehearsing. And we get this playbill about this play that they put on. Not only do we get this thematic thing about this play, but look, a whole play that they've invented for this game that is not necessary to know to solve this case, but creates all this flavor. Here's the synopsis of this play and their different roles in it. It's a humorous story. And then later on, we get this in the beginning. Later on, we get lines from this script that are funny, that just give us a window into this fictional play in this fictional world of this fictional cold case. And not only that, not only are we looking at the lines from their script, but we're getting their contemporaneous discussions back and forth while they're presumably rehearsing this. That's just like Inception level of flavor and immersion. That's next level stuff. This is next level writing. To create a fictional play in a fictional world of a fictional cold case, where you can actually see the lines of the play that they're rehearsing, and they're funny, and we're hearing them talk. We're hearing their notes as they're doing this. having a separate discussion. It's just next level stuff. It's like masterclass on how to have players immersed in this mystery and care about solving it. And care about solving it. I'm guessing at least few of the Hunt to Killer staff were theater backgrounds. It is hard to imagine this game being made by people who weren't familiar with the theater. And then to get this whole story about the actor and be able to see their lives. And then just this whole story is heartbreaking. Okay, so does anyone have favorite moments? Favorite items? I mean, I've looked at it. We got the playbill. We had the full forensic report. We had the letters. We got to hear from everyone, right? We got to see multiple letters by Hector, multiple letters by Viola. Each person had their own encryption methods. We'll talk about the ciphers in a little bit. We got this beautiful napkin, that handkerchief, which we detected VE at some point. I think the handkerchief VE we may want to return to as one of the issues that was impressive here. There were some subtle things here. Remember, this had a secret message in here. The buying of the theater, the doctor's reports, the hotel reports, all the newspaper clippings. Let me check with the chat, then I'm going to talk about something else. The napkin was a great way to incorporate a prop. I'm not sure how they got a custom embroidered one like that. He would have been good too. Okay, so I want to talk about, before we talk about the ciphers, I want to talk about this very interesting phenomena of the difficulty of this case. To me, it's really given me some food for thought. So let's talk about it a little bit. The recommendations we had to play this game were from multiple people. It's a great story, but it's very easy. And I think we had a different experience here. And the fact that we took 2 hours to review the first 3 boxes tells you something. But what was odd was, if you just looked at the questions that were asked of each box, I think it would be fair to say those questions were easy to answer. Box 1 question was, what's the murder weapon? And we could use 2 documents to answer that question fairly definitively. And then each of the boxes 2, 3, 4, and 5 were all about eliminating a suspect. And they were fairly straightforward. In every box, we found like 2 pieces of evidence that we said, okay, yep, that clears that person, usually with a timeline alibi. And so I think, and the same thing is, by the time you got to the end, the 6th box, we knew the answer. We knew who the killer was, and we knew where the jewelry was. In the case of the jewelry, something went slightly wrong with the game plans, and it just gave us the answer in an encrypted message. But it would be impossible to get either of those wrong, really, if you pay any attention. Even if you guessed, you'd have a very good chance of guessing it right. So I think on the face of it, you could say that this is an easy game. And I think we've talked about this before as well. Certain groups of players who are in a rush to play these could rush through this case. You could almost skip all the ciphers. I wonder, in fact, if you could solve this game, answer the questions without ever deciphering any of the text. That's how clear the alibis seem to be. But my point is, I think it's misleading to call this an easy case. I think that, yes, answering the explicit questions were easy, but if you take your time and try to understand everything that's happening, the significance of every clue, before you move on between boxes, you have a deceptively complex human psychology puzzle, and one in which, remarkably, kept us unsure right up into the last box, which I did not expect. I think this is validation of the way we play these games. Take them very seriously, try to get as much out of every box as you can, every episode before you move on, and discuss, theorize, debate all along the way. This is not a game that you want to go through the boxes as quickly as possible and then at the end say, what could we figure out? This is not a game that you do what Sherlock Holmes says, which is don't theorize until you get all the facts. That's a good way to have a bad time. But when you play it the way we did, where we were really theorizing about psychological motives and who would do what, then this becomes an extremely rich psychological puzzle. We were going back and forth about who is the most likely culprit? What would their motives be? Would it be Ira Adler or would it be Kittredge? We had everyone was a viable suspect at multiple points, and at multiple points they looked like they were more likely. And that was an amazing experience. You have to play it right. You have to take your time and discuss and debate, but there were so many little clues that pointed to different people. Like when we figured out the handkerchief had the E and the V on it, which took us a while to notice, but then we thought, oh, Viola, but who's E? Could E be George Erickson? But then we got last name, first name, that doesn't make sense. V.E., could it be Evelyn Kittredge? Which it was, but does that mean they're having a love affair? Or are they just good friends? Like, there were so many possible things going on with the little subtle stuff. Notes that we had to figure out, who is this likely to be about? Who is it likely to be from or to? There were some wonderful deductive, subtle elements that might not have been strictly needed to solve the case, but were needed to understand all the details of the case. So that's the really strong piece of advice here. Play this game, but really try to understand every little detail. There is so much here, so much subtlety here, if you're willing to spend the time to look for it. Jamie says, I've got to call it a night. Got to work in the morning. Great job, everyone. Have a great day or night. Well, it was wonderful to have Jamie join us. And Jamie spotted one of the really cool elements, a little detail in that history video, which was so well done. You watch that history video, you could see how much love and care went into making this game. That video, background about the theater, felt real. That absolutely felt like a real video that a real theater would record about the history of their theater and how to support it. That was 100% believable. And the videos for these games don't need to feel perfect and completely realistic to be fun. But there was a case, I think Hunt a Killer, I think what we're looking at here is actually the case that can be made for Hunt a Killer deserving its reputation as sort of the big boy, the OG of this field. Like, this is Hunt a Killer firing on all cylinders. The quality of the props, the quality of the multimedia, the quality and care that went into the production, and the team effort that must have gone into producing this, and combined with just about the best storytelling we've seen in a game. And it says they could have easily ramped up the difficulty of this case with a few more subtle questions in each box. Yes, I think that's absolutely true. That's one of the weak parts about Hunt a Killer, is the questions that get asked. Sometimes they don't even ask you a question. They just say, figure it out, then open the solution. So I do like that there are questions asked. And I guess there are some criticisms we can make now at this point. Okay, so Anna has started off with one criticism, which is that you could, if you're not careful, play through this game and miss most of the subtlety, but still get it right, and then end up with a short experience. The second room for some criticism is the ciphers and codes. And, you know, there were some rough patches here where it took some time to decode stuff. I would say, for the most part, I don't have many complaints about it. There were some times about reading the cursive and doing the step-by-step, like there was one book code that we had to count the words and the letters. It was a lot to do. But I think, in fairness, a couple things can be said. First of all, with two players where you're not trying to do it and get it all in camera and stuff, really, these ciphers were not very painful. They almost always had a reward when you did decipher it, some extra bit of knowledge and information. It wasn't just worthless. Many of the deciphering things did have that sweet spot where there is some fun deduction, whether it is like this. This is the kind of stuff I like, where you're sort of, to decode, you're using your knowledge of English and some deduction about context and what the message is to figure it out. And we got a couple of cases where that happened. One thing where the words were being scrambled, and those are sort of fun to decode. The part I don't like is when you have to do a lot of work to decipher a long message, and it's not very useful, and it doesn't require any deduction, just requires the mechanical deciphering. But even in that case, they have provided transcripts for the cursive, so I can't really fault them on that. I'm not sure. I guess ideally in these cases, I'd like to be able to quickly say, okay, I figured it out. Now you just give me the decoding. But I think, you know, part of the frustration comes from this, trying to do this in front of camera as one person. With two people, one person can read the coded, one person can decode. And I think maybe in the future, we should have learned the lesson that the way to do these is to scan and print and decode. Marco says, I think you could have incorporated the game into a single code case. Maybe you could have said it would have been well written with a good story, but on the easy side. But here, the fact of diluting this information in the 6 boxes left us at the end of each box with doubts and different theories that prevented us from arriving at a final solution before box 5. Well, it is absolutely true that if you had seen all of this at once, it would be an easier case, and you don't want that. I really love having these games stretched out. Back to criticism, though, we have also pointed out that the ending here with the key, something went wrong. And I think the channel also reacted to the client not talking about Viola being their grandmother was weird. For a game that didn't seem like it was in a rush to give us anything, it is a little odd that this final letter wasn't a little bit more. Like, it gives us the story, that was all good. Then she says, my grandparents weren't murderers. That's nice. That was a cool element, that she was worried about her grandparents being murderers. And then she says, it's all a testament to Viola Vane. Viola had one last legacy. I found the jewelry. My only regret is I can't thank Viola for saving us. I think she'd live to realize her dreams. It's very odd that she's not mentioning that it turns out she's related to Viola. I don't understand what I mean, clearly that was the plan all along. Why isn't she addressing that? That's very odd that she's not even addressing that issue. It's like she doesn't know. It's like she hasn't realized it. Is it because we haven't explicitly told her it? Not that we could have, but is the conceit of this story that we've just ruled out people and told her who did it, but she hasn't figured out anything about her parents and grandparents? That kind of seems like what's happened here. I don't know why, as a storytelling, as the authors of this story, we wouldn't have that happen. Very strange. Julia should have said, my real grandmother saved me with this hidden legacy. And there was that poetic moment where the doctors of Viola's baby are the ones that saved Kittredge. That was pretty cool. Yeah, so any other criticism? Any other constructive criticism? I mean, we've just lavished praise on this game, and it deserves every bit of it. And I think there was some real poetry here. This real poetry about the cufflinks, seeing the cufflink at the beginning, seeing the cufflink at the end, and all of the clues feeling like just ambiguous enough to offer up alternate possibilities. And then humanizing the mother. I mean, it's just a masterclass. This is a really special case. I'm trying to think about other constructive criticism. I would have liked to, when they send us these items, I would have liked them to be clearer about where they're from. I didn't mind this stuff. I don't know. Anna was the person who picked this game. So Anna, you let me know if you want this set sent to you or just this or something like that. I'm trying to think of other criticisms we could give. Marco says, Jesse, what do you think if we try to contact some companies to invite some of the authors for a chat on the channel? That's an interesting question. I mean, I have I've talked before about how I am a poor interviewer because of personality flaws. Like, I don't like being the interviewer. This may be a little window into YouTube narcissism. I am not a narcissist. I'm not a proper narcissist. But there's definitely a situation where I'm I find myself uncomfortable being an interviewer. I don't know what's the right way to say that. I think to be a good interviewer, you kind of have to be totally focused on the other person. It's a role. You put yourself in a role as an interviewer, and I kind of bristle. I bristle at it. But I would love to hear from the designers of this game. And it is fun when the designers come in to the chat to talk. I do enjoy that. I'm a little uncomfortable about having a specific video where I sit and talk to someone about it. Although, well, I don't want to, I have an idea for a project sort of related to that, but I don't want to talk about it too soon, but we can talk about it in Discord. But I would love to hear from the authors of this game, and if they want to stop by or chat on a live stream, I'd love to hear them. I'd love to find out who gets credit for this and if they've written any other games. I'd love to watch an interview of the writers of this case as well, and Hunt the Killer. And it says, I agree with everything you said about the game, Jesse. It was a great game. Thanks for letting me pick the game of the day. Thanks, everyone. Great group effort. Yeah, okay. So any other thoughts from anyone in the channel about this game before we wrap it up here? Boy, I know that I don't know how painful it is to hear this, but I feel so grateful to be able to play these games on this channel with you all and talk about them. And I am so appreciative and grateful that you guys put up with me getting frustrated and snippy and yelling and complaining to the channel. I don't know how you're able to put up with it. And I don't know how you manage to process all of this and think about it without having these items in front of you. It's a real skill that some of you have, and it's just a joy to have company while playing these games and have people that I can discuss theories with. And I have no interest in playing these kinds of games entirely by myself in a quiet room. It's just a totally different experience playing with others. And I feel so lucky that I'm able to have that experience over the airwaves here. And then it's fun to hear from people afterwards who, there are a lot of people who have played Curtain Call and a lot of people who have loved it. And I'd love to hear from some of them in the comments. This is the kind of game that after you play it, you want to talk to people about it, about the experience. So I expect and hope that we will hear from people who played this with their own group in the comments. If you are watching this and you've played it not with me here on YouTube, but played it offline, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'm curious to go see some of the discussions that people had about this game and about that whole last key jewelry thing. Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll wrap it up here. Boy, this is going to be a hard one to beat. This would scare you. If you were thinking about making a cold case game and you saw this, I think it would feel very daunting after playing this to think about making your own. Like the amount of work that went in, the amount of threads that connect, it does feel like maybe one should leave this to the professionals when you see a game like this. All right. Well, if there's no further thoughts, we'll say goodnight. I don't know if it's wise, but tomorrow we're starting a new case of Dear Holmes. In general, I think it's better to wait give time to digest, but Sunday is our play by mail. It's a different experience. I think we did learn a valuable lesson that ideally these should be played one episode per session. I think by the time we got to the second box on each day, we were getting a little tired. But if we had known the game was going to be so good, we would have planned it differently. We would have made sure Jonathan Warner joined us. We didn't know it was going to be this good. All right. I'll see you all next time. Thanks again.